It says now streaming online.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, and I apologize to interrupt Chief Morrell, but we look like we are now back online again with YouTube. So if I could just ask you to just go back to the councillor's second question, I think you were addressing.
Yes, and I have the answer for the first question now as well. Through you
Great.
to the councillor. I just remembered I'd sent it all in an email to the treasurer. The answer to the first question for the councillor, this would represent 119 new invoices going out, charging for one fire truck to attend sites. So that hopefully that answers the question for the councillor in terms of what
you said 80 to 90. Was that something different or was that the same thing?
that was completely not accurate, and I said that in
fine. Okay, no problem.
Okay.
So, I actually thought it was a lot lower, but it does represent quite a high number. The alarm calls that we go to, the fire alarm call. The second piece of the councillor's question that was asked was around how do we determine when we arrive at a fire alarm exactly what caused it. We have a detailed operating guideline. So in that guideline, if we can determine that it is actually an owner responsibility for the problem, then we apply the fee. There are instances where we do not apply the fee. For example, if somebody has an actual fire or they have a human perceived emergency, they thought it was an emergency and then we determined that it wasn't, right? Those aren't fire alarm calls that we would charge for. But where there is a fire alarm system and the system is not maintained or maintained at what we would call good condition, we can determine that it is actually an owner responsibility, then we do apply the fee. That said, and I do want to highlight this because I think it's very important for all residents to know this next part. If an owner gets a fee from us, and let's say it's $530, and if that same owner then invests that money into their alarm system to upgrade it to make it back into condition, I waive the amount that they've invested off of the fee. And this is basically the goal of this is to gain less fire alarms, but yet bring the system into compliance. So I hope that answers the councilor's question.
Helpful. Perfect.
Thank you.
I think that was helpful for all of us to know. Thank you, Chief Morrell. I see now Councillor Edwards and then Councillor Zavitz.
Yes, thank you. I think my question was answered, but I'll just bring it anyway to the fire chief through you. Medical calls. So we're not charging for them, even if because like I say, I'd hate to have somebody not call and that. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
And
Councillor. Oh, yes.
I would like to highlight through you, Chair, to the committee. Medical calls are already there already is a revenue stream coming from the district for medical calls.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to the chief. I hope you'll buy me a coffee after I ask this question. I can't help but notice that on the capital side, a few weeks ago, we've taken 50,000 out of reserves for fire. But when I get to the summary of other changes in the revised 2023 draft operating budget regarding operating, I see no reference to fire on either page as it relates to, if you will, contributions, back to the budget, if you will. I'm not talking about expense adjustments because I do see, of course, and I'm fully supportive of the first false alarm fire, the 63,000. Can you explain? There was nothing at all that you submitted that, I mean, Public Works, library, planning. I don't see anything from fire. Can you give me a 2-second thought on that?
Sorry, just so I'm clear, Councillor Zavitz, before we go to Chief
Sure,
Morrell.
let me rephrase the question. So it is a question. My question is, my question is, you don't have to rephrase my question. My question to the chief is very simply, I see no fire contributions back to the budget in terms of sensitizing to the request. Why is there no monies being returned to this budget from fire?
Through your chair to the councillor.
Okay.
Frankly, councillor, we are running on what I call a zero cost budget arrangement. Since I got here, we've always done that. And for the councillor's information, we're also the lowest cost fire service in the district in terms of per incident, per firefighter, per apparatus, per station, and per seasonal or total residents, like per capita. We operate at a very efficient level. We are running all the programs today. The only place we could go if we were to actually remove items from our operating budget would be to reduce services. And we decided, along with consultation with staff, that the best course of action was to increase fees in order to achieve the cost asks from council.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. I don't know if I necessarily understood the last answer, but I will ask a different question of the fire chief. I think my challenge, because I've sat around this table a little too long, is being compared to Toronto. So I really want to have a better understanding of the service delivery, and I'm wondering if there's going to be an opportunity somewhere else. So, for example, I was very concerned about the response about the emergency calls, and that in fact, if people, got their alarm system upgraded, that type of comment, that he may waive that fee. I'm a little concerned about that statement being made, because in fact, I have seen where an alarm company has sent out fire trucks, and in fact there has not been a case that there was a fire or anything like that. And in the past we used to be able to call and say there's no fire, but I'm a little bit concerned about that comment being put out there, and I'm not sure if we should be asking those questions at a different time. But I am concerned about our interpretation of what the Township of Muskoka Lakes service delivery level, because I don't want to be compared to Toronto. We're not Toronto, and in fact, in many years, I understand that it's not even we have to have a fire department. So that's a bigger discussion, but I just wondered if there's going to be an opportunity to have that discussion.
Okay, so the question, I believe, is there an opportunity for us to have a future service level discussion on fire services? Sorry, I'm looking at Director Donaldson because he's here, and I'm hoping he's writing it down on the list. And correct. Okay. So he's writing this down. We can add that to our ability to have a discussion on, but I suspect that Chief Morrell is going to be bringing back fire service discussions in a future report. Is that correct, Chief Morrell?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I know that there was an ask from council or committee, sorry, to bring back an inventory list and to identify where all of our inventory is located. So we're diligently working on that, developing that for council. At the same time, we can also explain the service delivery model that we currently have in place.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Zavis.
Sorry, Chair, could I just have a supplement? I just wanted to ask, will we see that before the next public meeting?
We will not be contemplating service level changes in advance.
Shouldn't service level changes be part of the budget? Like, isn't it all part of the budget?
So the recommendations that have come from staff at this point, and I can let somebody else respond if you'd like, but have not included service level changes. And I think that's what Chief Morrell is suggesting, that they've come back in that department. But I see our CAO has now put his, excuse me, sorry, excuse me, our CAO has just put his camera on, so I'll turn the mic to him. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of committee. My apologies. Had any issues with my mute button. This budget has been prepared on the basis of existing service levels. As you'll recall, one of the things that was identified in the capital budget, which was approved in principle, is the concept of a fire deployment study. So that would be looking at fire station locations, quantity, et cetera. So that is sort of the beginning of a service level discussion in that particular area. And should council approve the budget, that would be included as a go forward item in 2023. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. And back through you to, again, to the chief. So not to beat this thing up, but I guess, you know, I don't have in front of me the 2022 actual amount of money here, but I have the budget of 2022, which is 1,446. The forecast was 1,742. And the budget for 2023 is $1,830,000. Again, I would say I don't understand why there isn't $1 referenced on the summary of other changes that all the other departments came to the table with $180,000, $181,000. The fire didn't come with a penny. I just don't understand the logic of that. I mean, there must be something. I mean, so anyway, I'm not going to beat it up, but there's you know, the whole idea of zero-based budgeting to what the chief had said earlier. We do not actually have that system in place in our township. So you know, you asked for what you believe you need. You were asked to come back with a fine-tooth comb, and I'm not so sure that occurred. Thank you.
So I think, okay, Chief Morrell, you'd like to comment?
Just through you to the councillor, we did, I believe there was a report that was furnished to council that highlighted the regulatory changes and the impacts to the township in terms of costing that we estimated at that time. We were actually able to absorb some of those cost impacts in this budget and in other areas by doing some of that training in-house. To the councillor's point, we did have increases year over year in the training area and in the emergency response area. And those are reflected on I think it's slide deck page 52. You'll see in there under salaries and benefits, $325,000 change between the 2022 budget to the 2023 budget. But I would highlight for council that this is only a $32,200 change from forecast. And forecast was what we were looking at, what we were actually spending last year. So we are spending more money. So it would be, I don't think it would be appropriate for us to go to council and suggest that we are spending or going to spend less money when we know we're going to have a very high financial impact due to the mandatory firefighter changes. And we also had a natural impact due to our operational tempo. I hope that answers committee's question.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards. You're on mute, Councillor Edwards.
Okay, thank you. That brings a lot of questions in, not just one. Chief Morrell, through the chair, I thought you had stated we were the lowest of all the municipalities here, or were you referring to another area? That's the part one.
Okay, thank you. Chief Morrell?
Sorry, through you to committee, we're not the lowest in terms of operating budget in total. No, we're the lowest per things. So per incident, per station, per firefighter, we are the lowest per. That's what I was getting.
That's what I was asking. Do you have those figures?
I do have a compilation of those figures in order to make sure that we were in line.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'd like to see them. I guess the second part is we had asked for an 8.5% budget. We went down to 7.6, then we asked for more. All of the departments looked at this, so you went over it with everyone, so it's not just your choice. I'm sure you discussed it with all the other managers. And are we charging the district for accidents on district roads by any chance? Because you were saying about medical calls and I wasn't sure.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Morrell?
That's a wonderful question. Thank you, through you, Chair, to committee. Historically, in another market where I was a fire chief, we did make a lot of revenue off the Ministry of Transportation for the purposes of servicing MTO roadways in Ontario. As the councillor notes, there's only one MTO roadway that we could collect funds for in the township of Muskoka Lakes today, and that would be Highway 141. And there actually is one other indicated area that we could collect monies for, but we only just recently found out about that, and we actually have had no calls on it. That revenue stream could represent as much as $100,000 per annum if we were able to bill the District of Muskoka directly for motor vehicle collisions and the services that we provide on them. Historically, we have passed on those charges to people that are involved in the incidents as a part of our fees and bylaw. It does state that that would be what we do. However, we are finding it more difficult as time moves forward because they are not obligated to pay for those services. If that service invoice goes to their insurance, there really is no mechanism in place for us to collect those monies other than to take them to collections. So that through chair to committee, that's a great revenue stream that we do not have currently.
Okay, thank you.
And that's supplemental
Yes.
on that. So if there's a car accident, do you charge both parties, the one that's at fault or both parties?
Chief Morrell?
Through you, chair to committee, we attempt to charge both parties through their insurance. So we actually send a bill to both parties, and then their insurance will pay, and in some instances they do not pay. We are endeavoring to do a better job of collecting that data, because what's happened in the past is some of the data wasn't collected, and therefore the insurance company could refuse to pay. So yes, both parties should receive the bill, but historically what's happened here is that if the person was a local resident, there was no charge applied. We're changing that approach because in our fees and services bylaw, it does indicate that we will charge every person.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sounds like another item for the parking lot for a potential revenue that I think we need to talk about or investigate through 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. And noted. Just for clarification, Councillor Roberts, Director Donaldson is writing this down, so we want to make sure we have captured that there's opportunity to gain more revenue by charging back to the district and or other, i.e. the MTO. Is that correct?
Yes, it's basically it's outside my pay grade which way to go. I leave it to staff to determine, okay. Charge both of them and see if you can collect it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Chief Morrell, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, just through chair to committee, we would have to investigate exactly what that would look and feel like. I suspect, due to some of the difficulties that we've had in the past, it's a lot simpler through the MTO arrangement, because the MTO arrangement is such that if you are in a car accident on an MTO highway, they invoice you and we invoice them. So they have an arrangement how much money that they will pay us. And it's very easy for them to collect those monies, because as you renew your personal license, if you have not paid that fee, they do not release your license. So there's a better mechanism in place for that purpose. We will have to investigate exactly how we'll recover those monies and exactly what that looks and feels like.
Okay, thank you. And I think we've noted that that's a good future direction. So thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. At this point, I believe we've asked our questions. I will move into discussion. and open it up to committee to see if there's any other further discussion items on emergency services and fire. Okay, I'm seeing none. So at this point, I will, I think I'm handing it back to Director Donaldson to walk us through the library. Oh,
Peters.
Mayor Kelley, I note that you have turned off your camera. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just to capture on the discussion points for the fire service, what I've written down is that Chief Morrell will share the information he's provided on the call breakdown. We will also look at, there was a request, and I think it's a broader topic around fire service and service levels and the sharing of costs related to fire service, as noted by the chief with respect to our cost per capita. And then there will also be further discussions around what charges are available for services for accidents and responses to those incidents in the township.
Thank you for that summary. I realize we didn't do the summary before I moved us on to put the library. So I just want to make sure, Councillor Zavitz, is this a question as it relates to fire?
It definitely is. Thank you. Through you. I had brought up quite some time ago the whole notion of the 20-year insurance underwriter scenario with our fleet of trucks. And that certainly, you know, I do believe I've seen it somewhere else in this document, I think, but I would certainly ask that be brought to the fore on the parking lot as well.
Yes, and I believe that Director Donaldson at the beginning of today's presentation, I think it relates to conversations we had during Capital. I am so just looking for confirmation on that.
I mentioned it in my opening.
That's right. He mentioned that in the opening comments. So, okay, so we are going to move on to the discussion now on the library.
Thank you, Chair. And on behalf of Kathy Duck, I'm standing in for her. She's sends her regrets to not be able to be here this morning. But the report, I think, before you is fairly self-explanatory. I think the pandemic had a very devastating effect on the library during the time when we were required to be shut down, and they were only able to offer curbside. So there's a lot of activity kind of resuming in the library itself. There's been circulation and membership increases, and certainly things are returning back to normal, and programs and clubs are starting to resume their activities in the library here in Port Carling and in Bala. And with respect to the upcoming year, 2023, there's a discussion point around CEO succession planning and the potential retirement of the CEO, and that discussion is ongoing with the library board. The library is undergoing some customer satisfaction surveys in terms of understanding how best to serve the community and how best what they're looking for. Education for the board members themselves through the Ontario Library Service, and looking at updating their goal planning in light of their strategic plan as well, which they have developed at the library themselves. There's also expanding their community outreach and looking at opportunities to do that through various formats, through opportunities to kind of meet the public in the community and the membership thereof of the library through online campaigns and community promotion. There's certainly opportunities for grants. There is a regular Ontario grant that is received from the library for the library, about $50,000, just under $50,000 a year, and looking at ways to expand opportunities where there's chances for additional funding for the library as well, and including donations through Legacy and the Giving Tree as well, and looking at ways to make the library more technologically sound. And certainly I omitted that in my opening comments on IT, but the library was also connected to a fiber connection as well. So they've got a great, stable, quick connection point as well there in the library. So their year-over-year changes, increases in terms of the programming budget is really just around their in-house programming and trying to bring that back to pre-pandemic levels. and in terms of succession planning for the CEO position for the planned retirement of the librarian, chief librarian this year. So I will mark down any comments, but I'm not sure I can respond directly to questions, but I'll certainly open the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee, are there any questions? I'm not seeing any discussion that we'd like to have around the library. Okay, seeing none, could somebody let Mayor Kelley know that this portion of the discussion has been complete so he can enter back in?
Oh, here.
Oh,
I was listening, just not watching.
I do apologize, Mayor Kelley. We forgot to summarize, and you were off camera. So just from a procedural standpoint, I kicked you out a little bit early there. Sorry about that. The next portion of the discussion is on public works. So I'd invite Director Becking to come forward, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would appear that my camera has been cut off, but I think I have audio. So the first program before you is the arenas. As committee is aware, we have two arenas, one in Fort Carling and one in Bala. In 2022, we provided over 1,200 hours of program time for various community initiatives and sports, as well as we managed to accomplish some what I'll call major maintenance items that were budgeted for. Next slide, please. In 2023, the major initiative in this area and several other of the areas of the Public Works budget relate to the implementation or starting the implementation of our Parks and Rec Master Plan that was approved by Council last year. One of the major items as it relates to the arenas is the carrying out of a arena feasibility study, which will look at what the future of arenas in the municipality might look like. Next slide, please.
Oh,
Oops.
I apologize. Before we move into cemeteries, I would like to ask if there are any questions from committee.
Madam Chair, if I could just, I was expecting the table of revenue and expenses to come up next, and then I'll just give an overview of changes from last year. The budget for the current year is set in being mindful of the actuals from 2022. We are expecting to be able to deliver the program for approximately the same cost as in 2022, and this is somewhat below the forecasted amount for the 2022 budget. So, with that, I'll if there are any questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I just was wondering something. Thank you. I see Councillor Burry, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Zavitz, and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Director Becking. Thank you for that. Utilization numbers are pathetic. I'm just wondering how they're calculated. How many hours a day do you do that to get your percentages? Start date and start time, end time? Or have the utilization's been skewed by having a 24-hour clock?
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, in response, no, we do not use a 24-hour clock. Typically, we are open for business 12 hours a day. Typically 9 to 9 is the time frame. The Port Carling Arena, typically we put ice in the first week of September, and ice is removed about the middle of April. In the case of the Bala Arena, the ice goes in towards the end of October in order to accommodate its use for the Cranberry Festival. and the ice is taken out again in mid-April or thereabouts.
So just to clarify, those utilization numbers are as a percentage of total hours available.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, those numbers are really low.
Thank you.
Just an observation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Director Becking. Sir, would you remind, I don't have it at my fingertips, what the cost was for providing the 919 hours at Port Carling and the 315 hours at Bella Arena. So those are two questions there. What's the cost per hour, I guess, is the way, if you can identify that we have to pay for that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I don't have those numbers at my disposal. I can provide those, do the calculations and provide that information to council at a later date.
That's okay. It probably at a later date would be a more relevant time to ask this question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, through you, and I guess I'll be banging up against the parking lot all day here. I'm appreciative of the director's bringing forward $8,900 that he has been able to find. Thank you for that. Although on the expense adjustment side, and again, this is in the parking lot, I cannot support in any way an increase in usage fees when to Councillor Burry's point, we don't even know why they're so underutilized. I think this is a much bigger issue, and for us just to think we can increase our our user fees for the few people that are using it now and extract 15,000 more dollars, it blows my mind. So I certainly wouldn't be supportive of anything to do with those fees, and that's
Okay, so is
I
there?
guess I can ask a question, if I can make it a question of the director. Sure.
Yes, please.
Director Becking, on what basis do you come forward with that recommendation, and beyond it's what everybody else seems to charge?
Director Becking?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The basis for the recommendation is that currently we charge about 100 and it's a sliding scale, but for sake of discussion, somewhere around $150 to $160 per hour. The average of the communities surrounding us is closer to 200 to 210. So the rationale for bringing that forward as a recommended increase in revenues is based on that comparison.
Is it supplemental?
Yes, a supplemental. Would it not be? Could it not be construed that in fact that would have the exact opposite effect, and could in fact drive the few people that are using it away?
Councillor.
Based on director's experience.
I don't know that I can predict that. Certainly, generally speaking, on any topic, regardless of what we're talking about, increase in a cost will have a negative effect on the amount of purchase, depending on the elasticity of supply and demand. And so I'm not sure that we can make a direct correlation. People who play hockey are going to play hockey regardless.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just listening to that last comment because as that hockey parent, I would say those fees did come to mind quite a bit. But I did want to ask the question, and again, same lines as Councillor Zavitz had said about the fees. Do we have a marketing plan for our facilities? Do we have a marketing plan for our arenas? Should we be considering a budget line to market our arenas. I understand that, you know, people that are doing the maintenance end of things may not be marketing managers. So I would just ask that particular question at this time.
Thank you. Director Becking, is there a marketing plan or
In response, Madam Chair, no, we do not have a line item in the budget specifically for purposes of marketing. We are approached on a regular basis, and we do have through the township website, we make it known that we have the resource and that it is available, and people have a means to contact us to make appropriate arrangements for rentals and so on. But there is no formal marketing program as such.
Could I have a supplemental, please?
yes, you may.
Director Becking, I'm just curious, have you heard back? So I hear from our constituents how difficult, and not just with Public Works, but in so many other, how difficult it is to navigate our website. And do you get that feedback at all? I know from even booking the community centers and things, I've had that feedback, but I just wondered if staff have heard that feedback, how difficult it is. I'm also hearing it from the building department now with the iCloud permits. It is difficult to navigate our website. Have you heard those those concerns?
Director Becking?
Madam Chair, I'm not aware of any such complaints. Staff are very responsive. People call in and have to leave a message. They're responded to within a few hours. Generally speaking, I'm not aware of anyone having any complaints with respect to the website and access to it. But certainly if members of council are receiving such complaints, if you could forward them to me, I would be most happy to investigate and see what problems are being created, and we'll see what we can do to alleviate them.
Okay, thank you. I see Mayor Kelley and then Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, and through you, Councillor Nishikawa has asked a terrific question about marketing plan. I think we should put that in the parking lot, or at least defer until we get to the discussion about retaining and hiring on a Parks and Rec director, or whatever the word is. Because of our lack of marketing, we are a little known but desirable commodity. I've talked to 2 different groups right across the street who've traveled great distance to have availability of ice on a Friday evening when they can't get it anywhere else for 300 miles. So that, I would think, is part of the Parks and Rec Master Plan Director of Parks and Recreation, or whatever they're going to be called.
Okay, so there's
put it on the list.
Okay, so the question is, could we kindly put that on the list for
Please
discussion
do.
when we're discussing the service level enhancements?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I have heard as well concerns that it's difficult to get ice in any of our arenas, but I think that was only one person. I did do some investigation, and I to see if I could book ice, and I checked out the Bracebridge. The question will be: is Bracebridge has a pretty good, simple? Well, no, it's a very expensive tool, but could we maybe in the parking lot consider a simple spreadsheet that's posted daily or regularly on the website that identifies ice availability? And this then can be used by all hockey coaches, all ice skating, figure skating coaches to see what's availability is, and then there'd be a process where they leak in. I think part of the problem is the people just the comment was to me was, why can't I get ice? And so I don't know whether that was one case or what, but so the question was, could we add to the parking lot the possibilities of implementing a very inexpensive tool that communicates ice availability? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have written that down. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. 2 questions. how many hours of free skating do we have so that kids can go and learn to skate and everything else like that? And the second one, do we offer any programs to the local schools to take kids on a physical education in that program? Just wondering. Thank you.
So I think the question is actually centered around programming options as well, but Director Becking?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that there is time for free skating typically on Sundays in the arenas. I'll be honest, I don't know if it's free. I believe it, if it is charged, it's at a nominal rate. With respect to the schools, we are, the school is aware that we are available, and I believe it is being used occasionally. The big issue that we're facing with the schools, of course, is the transportation, which is a school responsibility, and is because the school is remote to the two arenas that we have. It is at times an impediment to them availing themselves of the time.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more questions, I will ask Director Becking to continue on, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next program is cemeteries. As committee is probably aware, we run 12 municipal cemeteries. In 2022, we completed 45 internments, and we sold 16 plots. One of the things, again, a recurring theme that you will hear throughout my presentation this morning, there seems to be I won't say an absence, but there's certainly, we are dealing with a lot of dated policies and procedures. And I'm hoping to get a refresh of those this year so that they're brought up to reflect current conditions. In terms of change from year to year, on the expenditure side, we're proposing to operate consistent with the 2022 actuals. On the revenue side, it has been noted that, again, our costs for services, particularly as it relates to internments, is below that of municipalities in the surrounding area. And it is proposed that the revenues be increased accordingly to reflect market conditions.
Thank you. Okay, committee. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, Director Becking, would you like to continue on, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next program is our community centers. Committee's aware we have 12 of community centers spread throughout the community. In 2022, we hosted over 2,000 events, representing some 7,100 hours of time. We completed a number of what I will call major maintenance items, refreshes to predominantly the exterior envelope of the buildings, as well as a replacement of the parking area at the Peninsula Recreation Facility. In 2023, the program will be largely driven by implementation of the Parks and Rec Master Plan, which will predominate our activity. In terms of year-over-year change, again, the budget for 2023 has been largely driven and informed by our actuals from 2022. In terms of the revenue stream, the proposal is to review our charges policy with respect to what constitutes a free for charge service, and with a view to recouping some of those costs on a more active basis. And I think with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Committee questions? I see Councillor Nishikawa and then Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Through you to the director. I just wanted to look at the Glen Orchard Community Center and the food bank agreement, and I should know this, but I actually don't. And I'm wondering, do we receive any revenue? For instance, who's paying the hydro bill? The reason why I'm asking these questions is because I believe that this information should actually be shared with the public, and that the public should have an understanding, perhaps more than the food bank is able to share. So they could say the cost of food was something, but in fact, what is this whole cost? Because I am concerned about, for instance, those hydro costs and things.
Thank you. Through you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Director Becky.
Madam Chair, an excellent question, and I must apologize. I don't have the exact figures at my disposal, but much of the Glen Orchard site is provided to the food bank, I believe, free of charge. And in fact, we are absorbing some of the things like utility costs, building maintenance costs, and the like, in order to ensure that they're not being encumbered with these operational expenses. But I can pull the exact numbers for committee and distribute it to you.
Could we have that before the public meeting?
I should be able to pull it together, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a question to Director Becking. Under 2023 initiatives, it states consider implementation of changes recommended through the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Given that we don't have an implementation plan, can I assume that you as director will be doing the same as the IT director, will go through the master plan and pick out sort of the low-hanging fruit per se, and that can be implemented quickly? Is that your plan?
A good point, Madam Chair. My expectation or my hope is that council will see fit to approve the additional position that is being requested. And one of the first priorities for that position will be the development of the implementation plan, including identification of items that could be implemented with comparative ease. So that is the intention.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, Director Becking, if you could continue on, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next program is the facilities area. By facilities, what we're referring to is our municipal buildings that are in place for the provision of services to the public. So Township office is an example, and a number of our fire halls and other municipal buildings. In total, staff maintain 41 buildings across the community, representing something in excess of 16,800 square meters of indoor space. In 2022, as some members of council will be aware, we completed a renovation and a relocation of staff within the existing building in order to accommodate expansion within particularly the planning department. We also were able to complete a renovation of the Port Carling Fire Hall to accommodate the fire administrative operations, as well as a number of other major maintenance items. Next slide, please. In terms of 2023, again, these facilities are in some measure tied into our Parks and Rec master plan, and will be in what happens with these facilities will be informed by that direction. In addition to that, staff are proposing to undertake a feasibility study to address the future of the Patterson Public Works Yard. As I've pointed out to many of you, that is an extremely old facility and is not fulfilling our needs. And it's timely that we start thinking about what comes next. In terms of the budget for this area of the overall public works budget, again, 2023 has been set on the basis of the 2022 actual experience. One of the areas that we suffer from is an attempt to right size our budget and to properly allocate our costs to our various programs. Again, we will be striving this year to refine that reallocation of resources so as to give council a better understanding of what our true costs are. So you'll see that happening. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Councillor Edwards?
Yes, through to you to the director. You have two full-time staff. Are they maintenance staff, or is one office staff, one maintenance? Just how is that allocated?
Madam Chair, both the staff members are maintenance people. They are not constrained to an office or administrative functions.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, Director Becking, would you like to take us to the next portion, please?
Certainly, Madam Chair. The next program is Parks. We have 23 township parks, 11 beaches, 12 cemeteries that we maintain through the Parks Department, 50 docks and wharves, 7 trails. In 2022, we had a number of initiatives, including some work at the Ballot Sports Park with respect to accessible pathways, replacement of a footbridge. We replaced a number of docks throughout the township. In terms of 2023, again, the Parks and Rec master plan and the hopefully completed transportation master plan will set the direction for further activity in these areas. Again, consistent with my earlier comments, I think we need to look at a refresh in terms of our policies and procedures, and with a view to establishing what our current levels of service are and having that documented. We hope to set upon that this year. The budget is by and large being set consistent with the 2022 actuals. That having been said, there are a number of areas where we will be facing some increases, so that the budget to budget will probably continue until we get past the setting of levels of service and the like. So this budget is currently sitting at about 1.5%, 1.6% over the 2022 budget. In terms of fees, it is proposed that we start charging, do a policy review and to start charging full rates for the use of our parks. In addition to that, I would point out that there hasn't been an increase in our dock fees at the 3 wharves where we charge for docking of vessels. The last time that it was updated, as I understand it, was in 2014. And so we're recommending that there be an increase in those charges, subject to a policy review.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. So Director Becking, if you can continue on, please.
Thank you, ma'am. The next area is Public Works Admin. That basically is the Public Works staff in the office that essentially give overall direction to all of the programs under our umbrella. 2022, quite frankly, was a very busy year. We managed to accomplish the core asset management plan that was adopted by council in July. We completed the Parks and Rec master plan, which was delivered in June. We initiated the transportation master plan in the third quarter, and that sounds like an awful lot of work, and it is. And the intent here is to do the necessary planning work so that council can have a very clear view of what is being faced by the municipality in the long term. And so that is a recurring theme here. As well, we were able to do the first phase of the implementation of the City Works management system. And it's now up and running and performing extremely well, certainly well above my expectations.
Okay.
In terms of 2023, we will be updating the asset management plan to cover the full assets that are currently under the jurisdiction and control of the municipality. We hope to complete the transportation master plan by the end of the second quarter. I think, again, there's a need for a refresh of policies and procedures to guide us and to document current levels of service. And as alluded to by the Director of Finance, we want to do the next phase of the implementation of City Works, specifically as it relates to fleet management and inventory management and control. In terms of budget year to year, again, we're trying to be consistent with our past actions to get our budget and our actuals to agree with one another, and to make sure that there is no unnecessary surplus funds in this budget. This area has been prone to significant surpluses in past years. The good news is that I think we've managed to get that wrestled to the ground and have it now under control. The caution that I give you is that this particular area of the budget is prone to fluctuations for reasons beyond staff's ability to control, i.e. weather, Mother Nature. And so the closer you are to the line, the greater the potential for deficits to be created in any given year. Case in point, the situation that we saw with the past year. The storm in December, in fact, pushed us into a deficit position. And that is a concern and something that council should be wary of. In terms of overall, there have been minor changes to be consistent with the direction that committee had previously given. Revenues are generally fixed grants and draws from reserves that we utilize. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. So please continue on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one is district roads. The township maintains 112 kilometers of district road for the district, which we do on a cost recovery basis. So it effectively it's an out and an in. We do the work and then bill back to the district for it and receive the corresponding amount in revenue. There are no particular initiatives associated with this program because any such initiatives would be under the jurisdiction and control of the district.
Okay. Any questions from committee? Seeing none, you can continue on.
The next area of the budget, Madam Chair, is the fleet. The department is responsible for the maintenance of the township's rolling stock, of which there are numerous heavy pieces of equipment, 12 plow trucks, loaders, backhoes, graders, an excavator. We also look after the fire apparatus for major repairs as well as certifications. In 2022, we ordered the replacements for 2 of our plow trucks. I understand as early as this morning that we can expect to see those within the next month or so, as well as replacement of 2 half-ton trucks. As I've alluded to in my earlier presentation, we want to implement the fleet management component of the CityWorks system, as well as the inventory control component, so that we can get a better handle on the operation and maintenance of these 2 aspects of our business. The costs are driven by prior experience, and we respond on a as needed basis for the repair and maintenance of our equipment. With that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any questions? Okay, seeing none. Director Becking.
The next area is our public works facilities. By that, I mean our buildings. We operate 3 public works yards, one at Glen Orchard, one in Ranwood Road. And
sorry, Director Becking, we have roads township, it says. I'm right after fleet, and then it goes right into on page 85.
Okay, my apologies, Madam Chair. My hard copy here has public works garages in between, but I can go straight on to roads.
Thank you.
The township is responsible for 355 kilometers of roads and 21 bridges. In 2022, we reconstructed 1.3 kilometers of road, hard surfaced 4.4 kilometers, did slurry sealing on about 6 kilometers, did 2.6 kilometers of gravel resurfacing, and rehabilitated the Bala Falls Bridge, which unfortunately we weren't able to complete 100%, but got very close. We will have some cleanup work this spring to complete that project. The game plan for the coming year is to proceed with a number of initiatives that are already in process, including in-house capital work, implementing of the traffic bylaw approved by council in 2021, centerline painting, completing maintenance work that was previously recommended during our biennial bridge inspections, work that was recommended as a result of our CCTV program of our drainage systems, and starting the next round of bridge inspections under the OSIM requirements. Madam Chair, do you want me to go through each subdivision action item by item, or is it sufficient just to say that the budget has been driven by 2022 actuals?
Thank you. I think we've all been reading these documents, so I'll open it up to questions at this point. I'm seeing none, so I think you can continue on with your next section. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, I believe the next section is lighting, streets and docks. Is that correct? Yeah, okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay, with respect to street lights, we maintain 480 odd street lights on roadways and a number of isolated street lights on docks. There's no change of any significance proposed as it relates to expenditures. The budget is informed by the actuals from 2022. On the revenue side, and I may call upon Director Donaldson, typically this is an area rated service. And in larger jurisdictions, the costs are apportioned directly to the people who benefit from it. However, in our case, because the number is so small, and the effort to do a fee for service type arrangement, we're recommending that the revenues be converted over to the general revenue fund and will be paid for out of the general revenue fund. The cost of administering a direct to property charge outweighs the benefit that would be accrued.
Okay, thank you. I see Councillor Zavitz has his hand raised for a question. If I could just see if anybody else does. Pardon me? Okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you to the director. I see that you've offered up $1,000 for street lighting under the changes to the draft operating budget. It says defer small projects to 2024. My sense and my communication with the public, there are no small projects in terms of lighting. When a light's out and it's an important light, whether it's at a landing or at roadside, it does need to be repaired, and you've done a great job of that. Would we notice this $1,000 change?
That's a good question. Thank you, Director Becking.
Madam Chair, no. Let me assure committee that if a light gets burned out, it will be replaced as quickly as we're aware of it. If a light or a light standard becomes damaged, it will be dealt with as quickly as we possibly can. I think the real issue on this one, there were a couple of small one-offs in our fine sift of the 2022 actuals. There were a couple of one-off expenses that were incurred that we don't foresee being required in 2023, and so that was it frankly is really more of a token amount than anything else.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I think we can go on to your next section, Director Becking.
Thank you, ma'am. The next is our swimming program. It is really the only program that the township offers to the public. We in 2022 gave swimming lessons to over 200 enrollments at two of our beaches, one in Hannah Park in Port Carling and at Jaspin Park in Bala. As well as we had, we gave out Bronze Cross certification to 22 senior swimmers. This program was hard hit by COVID. We were not able to provide it. And it's taking some time to bounce back. We're hoping that it will bounce back more in 2023 than it did in 2022. And as a result of that, you are going to be seeing a significant increase in cost. Hopefully that will be offset by increased revenues.
Thank you. I do see a question from Councillor Edwards. And Councillor Edwards?
Yes, actually, it was on the lighting. Sorry about that. I had my hand up. It was too late.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I didn't see your
Okay.
hand.
So in other words, all areas with street lighting will now be on the general tax rather than and that being billed, say the village of Windermere, you get an extra lighting bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair. And I'll be, if there are any more detailed questions, I'll be turning over to Mr. Donaldson.
Okay, and then one supplemental. With our dark sky lighting and that, will it affect any of our street lights? Because I think there might be some.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, to the best of my knowledge, most, if not all of our lights are dark sky compliant. But I can certainly check with staff, but I believe we've managed to deal with that issue when we did the major replacement back in 2018.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. So, okay, seeing no other questions, can you continue on, please, Director Becking?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item, the last item, is our trails program. We operate and maintain approximately 14 kilometers of trails throughout the municipality. In 2022, we were able to replace the footbridge on the Weir Lake Trail with a steel bridge. And we were also able to keep our trailheads open during the winter so that people can utilize them during the winter season. In terms of the plan for 2023, again, our efforts will be driven predominantly by implementation of the Parks and Rec Master Plan. We will continue to monitor and maintain the trails as we are required to do. We do not have any formal policies or procedures in place at this time, and I'm hoping that we will be able to get some put in place so that staff have the necessary direction as to and have a full understanding of the expectations with respect to those activities. With that, Madam Chair, I'll answer any questions.
I lost everybody for a moment there. I see two hands up, Councillor Nishikawa and Councillor Zavitz. Thank you.
Through you to the director. I find it very challenging to understand the $100,000. I'll just say that. But in fact, I'm really challenged by the request for the amount of money to go to reserves. And I'm not quite sure what we're expecting to encounter on our, and we have very few trails, quite frankly, in our township, municipal trails. So I'm not quite sure, and we're not building roads, we're just building 3-foot wide trails. is what the standard is. So I'll just say, but I'm really concerned about why we would think that we have to put $50,000 into reserves for this.
Okay, this is a question, Director Becking.
The provision for reserve, Madam Chair, has been set with a view to the long-term capital needs that we foresee. These trails are going to require ongoing maintenance and upkeep. And to that end, Mr. Donaldson has indicated that the $50,000 is an appropriate amount to be included in the budget. With respect to the operating budget, the amount of money being recommended is consistent both with the 2022 budget as well as the 2022 actuals.
So, okay, I believe Director Donaldson would also like to make a comment.
Thank you. Just with respect to the reserves, so there was an item, and I'm just struggling to locate it quickly in the capital budget, but there was an allocation in the out years. I'm going to say it was in 2030, or and yes, I did find it here. So new trail acquisition, land, parking, and trails. So there's a plan for in the capital budget for acquisition of land for new trails. That would be approximately $850,000. That's in that capital budget. And so the funding of the reserves would help to finance land acquisition and development of a new trail system that's in the capital budget. And I can defer back to Director Becking on any specific questions or details on that acquisition in those years.
Okay.
Sorry, if I could just have a follow-up on that, please.
Thank you. I just wanted, just before there's a supplemental, if I could ask Director Becking, did you want to make a comment on that? And then I'll go back to Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The director is correct. One of the very significant recommendations that came forward as part of the Parks and Rec Master Plan was, and as alluded to by Councillor Nishikawa, we do not have a lot of parks and trails in our municipality. And it was something that came out that was seen as being a benefit to the community, and there was a strong desire to see more trails throughout the community. To that end, Mr. Donaldson is simply trying to put at least some of those funds in place ongoingly so that it doesn't hit in one great big lump at some point down the road.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa and then Councillor Zawitz.
My challenge on this number is because being on the Trails Committee since the 90s and knowing for many years the less than $25,000 we would spend per year, but also I'm not sure where that $800,000 came from, and I would even be very surprised. Well, I don't know, unless we're gifted like we have been in the past, and are we even looking at that kind of idea? But I don't know where that number came from, and in fact, I would be very concerned about us putting money away for something that doesn't happen. So that's my question, I guess, is where did that come from, that number?
Okay, thank you, Director Becking. That number is coming from the rec master. I'll let you comment. Is it coming from? I think I just heard you say it was earmarked for potential new trails in the future. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair. The number is a notional amount. Amongst many other things that came out of the master plan was an acknowledgement that there isn't a very good distribution of properties throughout the township to make it convenient for the public to access, and suggested that the township be open to purchases of additional properties. Those could correspondingly be offset in a variety of ways, both through the provision of reserves for such purposes, but also through the sale of existing properties that may not suit a longer term vision for the township. This is simply staff's effort to at least give you some options in the longer term, because as I've alluded to, additional properties may well be required. And as we all know, property in Muskoka is not inexpensive. And we're trying to give you some options so that down the road, if opportunities do present themselves, at least you have some ability to be able to respond without a significant impact on the tax rate and the tax levy.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz?
I think we're just going to keep pounding the director till he breaks. Director Becking, through you to Director Becking. And yes, it's interesting. I was going to ask the same questions about the reserve piece, because as I see, the materials, equipment, we're kind of flatlined year after year. If you not to use a term, I guess it's fairly relevant and fairly equal year to year. It would seem that we buy lumber and we fix bridges on the trails, and we generally upkeep the trails that we have. Two parts to my question. Would you suggest we have decent trail capacity and maintenance aspects right now? I know we had some Hardy Lake issues a couple of years ago, but more generally, are we in pretty good shape? Is that allocation of $16,000 going to get the trails dusted up and maintained at our standard level? And I have a second part.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, at present, we don't have any standards with which to make the kinds of assessments that I think the councillor is alluding to. And as I've indicated, one of my objectives is to put in place those policies and procedures so that the level of service that we are providing and is documented and is approved by council. I would suggest that our level of maintenance is, I would say, not as good as the majority. It's certainly not bad. We've improved, frankly, significantly in the last 3 or 4 years. But I think it still has a way to go. And until council deals with the question of the level of service, we're holding the line, or trying to hold the line, in terms of overall cost, because frankly, the length of trail is not changing. Once the level of service is defined properly, and if there is any change in the length of system that we are maintaining, then of course there will be corresponding financial implications.
I believe Councillor Zavitz had a supplementary, but just to add to that, I believe one of the recommendations out of the rec master plan is to have a more, I would say, thoughtful or strategic approach to a trail system throughout a network throughout the township that has different classifications. So all of this would be coming in a more thoughtful way, and the funds that have been set aside are to maintain what we have today, but also add in some resources in anticipation of an expanded, thoughtful network throughout the township. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz?
Yes. So to that point, this is 50,000. Sorry, it's not 50,000. It's $35,000 to reserves that could actually come out of this as a result of our scrutiny today. Correct? I mean, we could. I mean, again, I'm caught, and we're going to be talking about this later, but I'm caught with we're already fueling our I would like to call the recreational master plan, and with a perception of a body, and we're already giving them tools, because this is a future speak to our township. So I'm just trying to get clarity in my own mind. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no, this is what this is all about. Councillor Edwards and then Councillor Roberts.
Yes, thank you. Maybe we could put this one in the parking lot. And I was just going to ask the chair, are we going to stop for lunch? It's now almost 1:45.
As soon as we are done our questions on this, we were going to stop for lunch. Thank you for that question. And then we will
Thank you.
come back and do a summary. So this was the last presentation. So I feel like I saw somebody else's hand up. Was it Councillor Roberts? Do you have any questions or?
No, I was going to ask, are we in questions or debate on this? So I guess
Yeah.
we're still in questions. Thank you.
No, yeah, we were. Thank you for that. Maybe we all need lunch. So what I might suggest then at this point, if committee is okay with that, I did want to make sure that we gave Director Becking the chance to walk through all of his presentations in the entirety. I believe we've all asked the questions that we would like. We are going to take a 45-minute break today, and that would bring us to 1:30 to come back. And at that point, Director Donaldson will be summarizing what he has heard. And if there's further conversation that needs to be had on specific items, we will do so at that point. And then we will be continuing the discussion into the afternoon. Okay, so we will see the group back here at 1:30. I see Councillor Kent and then Councillor Kelley.
How long do you expect the meetings to go for this afternoon? Because you had said 3 o'clock, so I'm just concerned here, and I have some commitments. I let the Cheryl Hollows know when we set the meeting up that I had a hard stop at 3 o'clock.
Yep.
I'm just trying to understand the timing.
Yes, I think it's kind of at the purview of council here too, our committee, my apologies, that this will just continue the way we are. We are going to do our best to be done by 3. And we're just going to see how this conversation unfolds. The important thing is to get to the right answer, and that we're all feeling good with that. So I think that's the best response I can give at this point. Mayor Kelley?
Thank you. Through you, real quick question. Are we coming back to parking lot or are we coming back to service enhancements?
Service enhancements.
Well, we will be doing that, but we still have to have an opportunity to review what we've had in the parking lot. So we will set the stage. We're very mindful of the time. We're going to try to do our best to make sure that the rest of this afternoon we have an opportunity to discuss. Trust me, we're motivated to get this discussion happening as well. So there will be a bit of a discussion on the parking lot, because I know there's also questions as to where the service the user fees have come up. Pickleball has come up. So we do want to make sure we have lots of opportunity to talk about those things.
So when we come back, are we talking about parking lot first and then
Yes.
service enhancement? Oh, we are. Okay, good.
Yes.
I was
My apologies. I didn't answer that.
That's good. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Only
Thank
the
you.
break.
Thanks.
No, thank you. So committee, I will see you at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, committee, welcoming everybody back. For those who can, if you could just put on your camera so we know that we have a quorum. Councillor Nishikawa and Councillor Edwards, is that correct? Okay. Edwards. Councillor Edwards. Nishikawa, okay. I believe, I guess we can start, correct? If we're ready to go. You're ready to go? I know, but I'm just checking in. You're the star of the show. Okay, committee, thank you. I see everybody's back. That's wonderful. We are going to continue on the conversation. I think just as we were leaving for lunch, the question was how the rest of the afternoon is going to unfold. And we are going to take a few moments to kind of close off of this morning's conversation and then get to the report, which I just had in front of me, and go through the sections because I believe there are some items that were brought up on the review list that we would want to talk to. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Director Donaldson to walk through the parking lot / review list and then bring us back to the decisions that we have as it relates to any of the changes in this operating budget that were recommended. So with that, Director Donaldson.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So what I'll do is I will summarize the items that I took down as part of the discussion from this morning. There were some general comments off the top with respect to user fees. There was discussion, there was a point around pickleball that I noted. There was a note of one comment with respect to comparative tax rates that was raised, an issue around reserves and investments, returns on those reserve balances. There was a discussion point around the IT plan and resources in the budget for the IT implementation. There was a point raised on the role of the administrative assistant for bylaw as it relates to the service level request. There was a comment made around how parkland dedication funds can be used to help with the budget. Excuse me. There was a question with respect to a request for information on the breakdown related to call volumes noted by the fire chief and a conversation around service levels for the fire service and disclosure of our cost per capita as it was described by the fire chief. And there was also a discussion around what charges might be available, additional charges other than what's been proposed around for services that are offered. And then with respect to public works, we talked again, user fees was raised again. And then there was a conversation around marketing plans for the facilities and the structure of our website to make it easier for users, and a little bit of a conversation at the end on trails, reserves for trails. So those were the items that I had noted on my parking lot list. I don't know if I've omitted anything that anyone had raised that they wanted to have on that list.
Committee, is that a good summary? Thank you. Okay, so I'm hand it back to you.
So at this time, with respect to the parking lot items, some of these items would directly result or directly affect the budget that's being discussed. Some of them are future actions that would require staff to come back and provide information at a future date. What I would like to do is I would like to turn the discussion to table 4 of the report. And just to clarify, table 4 is on page 7 of 131, 6 and 7 of 131 in the agenda package online, and it would be at the front of the package, the hard copy package. So table 4 is a summary of the changes that were brought forward by staff for consideration as part of draft 2 that got us the $300,000 in savings. So based on the items within the parking lot, I don't believe I heard any issues or any proposals to modify the items in the first part of that chart related to expenses, expense reductions, totaling $180,900. So I just want to confirm if there are any changes there.
Okay. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. Through you to the director. I'd like to go over it item by item because I do have problems. I didn't comment on it before because I thought this was coming up and we'd be doing that. And that because there's quite a few items on there that I do not agree with.
Okay, so I think, oh, hold on. Sorry, my computer's. I don't know what happened there, sorry. So Councillor Edwards, within the expense reduction section of table 4, any of those items that you would have questions on, this is the point for you to bring those up. So this is our chance to talk about it. The staff didn't hear anything from the questions being asked throughout or points of clarification, but this is the chance. So you are right.
Well, I was waiting for comments, okay? And
Yeah.
that before I even started on that, can I make a comment now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. One of the problems I have with the whole budget thing that we're doing is the percentage. Because if you lived on had a cottage in Lake Muskoka, and even at our old 7.6, you'd be paying $35.55 for 500,000. If you had the same type of cottage in Gravenhurst at the same 500,000, you'd be paying $74.10. If you happen to have a cottage in Huntsville on Skelton Lake, you'd be paying $105, even though they're only going 5.9 and Gravenhurst is only 2.9. That's why you can't go by percentages. Okay, that's one thing. So, and we had asked staff to come in at 8.5, they come in at 7.6, and then we tell them, oh, that's great, but slash, and it goes into it. We have deferred stuff. We have heard on the top of page 4 on that, deferral of increases to contribution to reserve today will result, depending on future council direction, more significant increases being required. So we're just putting off today what will have to happen tomorrow. And that now, starting on the impact of the other hardware, software, if that's council want to do that, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. The memberships, I don't have a problem with. Financial service staff development, don't really understand that, but if they want to take it out. But when we start coming to the library, we're taking $500 out. And that, what's that cost you on $100,000, Mr. Donaldson? That's one question for the future. And then library staff development. We have an excellent staff. We just take another $1,000 off them. They say administration, they can absorb that $500 and then absorb costs again. So what we've done is we've taken $2,500 on a very productive library that's being used at the township. And then everybody's talking about pickleball, and yet we can't spend $8,500 on new sinks and new rental roller skates. So we can't put roller skates in for people to rent. Why are we looking at a larger sales in pickleball? Turning the page. For all minor capital hall board requests. We have volunteers that have worked for years on these halls. They keep them up, and we're taking $10,100 off of them as well. And these are the people that use the halls that are the residents. They're not in the multi-million-dollar category, and they use the halls regularly. And it's a shame that we take $10,000 off of that. defer minor repairs. I don't know what that is, but that's 4,700. Defer small project and reinstate the goose control limited. We have, it's appalling what some of the beaches are like, especially Windermere Beach with the goose population. And we're taking $60,000 out there. And that it's a shame that we can't look after our park. Somebody's going to get sick with all the poop that's there from there. Signage I'm not concerned about. And the deferral of other small project in lighting, that's $1,000. So, you know, there's all of that. And then you go to what they're gonna to cost. Introduce fees for false alarms. Well, that's something we could do.
Okay, so Councillor Edwards, just before we get into the revenue part,
okay,
I wanted to make sure we're going to close off on the, we're going to start the conversation on expenses, but I really do appreciate the time and the effort you just put into that, those comments. So,
okay, thank you.
So, but you will have another opportunity to speak to the revenue in a few minutes. Okay, so I think in the first portion, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. I want to make sure that we talk to the percentage and how when we compare to other municipalities, it is an interesting thought. And I just maybe it's a parking lot or it's a communication piece or something, but we should be speaking more closely apples to apples. So is that an opportunity? Sorry, I'm looking at Director Donaldson. For us to put on a parking lot item as it relates to communications specific to that, and then we can get into, oh, sorry.
So I think I think that is a valid point, and I think what's being addressed at issue here is the municipality of the Township of Muskoka Lakes holds just under 40% of the assessment value for the entire district. As a result, where we're trying to generate comparable amounts of tax levy to support our operations, because we have higher assessment, we have a lower rate than our town comparators. So when they issue a percentage on a higher rate, you get a higher outcome than what we would get when you're looking strictly at the rate. When the tax levy is calculated, absolutely, if you're looking at 3 separate properties, one in each municipality at the same exact assessment value, the increase in taxation is quite different, given the percentages. There's a disconnect because we have a lower base to start from in terms of our percentage. That being said, in terms of the actual amount of taxation that people are paying, because our assessments is higher as part of the percentage of the total district, on average, the property values in Muskoka Lakes would be higher by on an average per property than you probably see in Gravenhurst or Huntsville. So there's 2 components to the tax levy: the overall dollars that we collect. But Councillor Edwards is certainly not wrong in terms of assessing. Looking at 3 separate properties, all with the same assessment value, a percentage increase of 5.9% in the town of Huntsville, for example, as compared to what we have now, which is 1.6%, is very different. It's not the same in terms of dollars as it is comparable on a percentage basis. So I hope I've brought some clarity to that. I think the impact of assessment value is the other piece of that's affecting that comparability between municipalities.
Thank you. And Councillor Edwards, I do see your hand is back up. I just wanted to, just before I turn it back to you, the second portion of the comments that you made, as I was listening, were centered around the expenses, I think, to initiatives that have a direct impact on our community in particular. Is that fair? Okay. So just while we're listening, I am going to ask,
Sorry, supplemental. Yes, I was saying that's impacting. I would like to know what the 180,900 is on our taxes and that, and it'll be the same with the other charges. and that in the future, so we know, is it 1%, 5%, 0.5%? Thank you.
Okay, and I was just going to go and extend this one step further before I ask Mayor Kelley his question. Perhaps Director Donaldson can do some quick math to help us understand what we're looking at when we think about the items that have a direct impact on our community. Like, as I was going through the list, that's what I was trying to identify as you were speaking. Thank you. Okay, Mayor Kelley.
Thank you, and through you. I know this may not be the most popular thought on earth, but I quite frankly do not see the value in comparing year-over-year tax increases, no matter how you slice it and dice it, against anywhere else but our own home township. Often budgeting, especially municipal budgeting, is as much about preparing for the future as it is repairing the past. And if we did some sort of a huge dive, and I don't think we should be bothering with it, to see what kind of components go into the tax increases in other municipalities, quite frankly, it's a meaningless comparison to what we are going through here. I also think that the measure of the budget and the process of developing and executing against a budget has less to do with the tax impact and more to do with the measure of prudent management. We take a lot of money from a lot of our constituents and we put it to work to the best of our abilities. And this is an annual gut check to make sure that we're focused on the right priorities, that we're taking advantage of savings where we can take advantage of savings, that the level of service delivery is at expectation or better. And so to me, the real value in this process isn't what, the number we run out at the very end is a byproduct of what we think we need to do in order to prudently manage all of the divisions and departments within this organization. And we set a target, a financial target, as a guideline. We've asked staff to come back with a reduction on what they already had produced was a lower than we'd asked number. They've come back with that number. They've rationalized it line item by line item, or if they haven't, they're about to. And I think it's fair game to come back and say, I don't like X because I don't like, charging a fee for local citizens to use the ice arena or something like that. That's a fair question. But to simply come back and say, this is too much, or this is too little, or we should be charging more. Quite frankly, I don't see the point. I don't see where it takes us. We don't get guidance from that discussion as to how we can best run the organization. It's not how our staff, with the CAO's guidance and leadership can best run the organization. My point simply is going through these line items is useful if we have a real question or a real issue. I think a lot of them were already covered off in the discussion. If we need clarification or if we don't like them, let's get it on the table and talk about it. But this kind of overarching feeling that we're not up to the same level of increase year over year as the town of Gravenhurst doesn't mean much to me, or I don't think it should mean much to any of us.
Okay.
So I'll quit there.
Okay, thank you. Again, I do want to try and keep our conversation focused on the expense portion versus the revenue at this point in time. I am going to ask Councillor Nishikawa and Councillor Zavitz if you'd like to comment, and after those comments, I'm going to just do a quick straw poll to see where we're at. So, Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. A couple of things. I actually don't even know where we're at. Councillor Edwards was somewhere and I tried to follow, and then somebody said go to 144, and that's not even available to me. So if I'm trying to follow something, I don't see how I can do it. And I'm not even sure if my question is, if I'm taking it from the right chart or whatever. But I do have a question concerning community centers and the increase in salaries and staff of approximately $20,000. And the reason for my question is have we tried to build in a staff portion, a member, like the new staff member, and that's being parted out? That's not clear to me, but I would like better direction of how we can follow this, because I've tried to open up every report we've got and I don't know where we're at.
Okay, so I am going to try and help with that, but then I think there was 2 other questions in there. The table number 4 in the staff report, I'm just looking at it on my computer, and I think you had a different page when you were saying you had the full agenda package, is on page 4 of 7 of the staff report, and I think you suggested 6 and 7 of the agenda package. And in the table 4, it is a summary of the changes to the revised 2023 draft operating budget. It's divided into a few sections. The first is the expense reductions that staff have recommended that they can make in order to help us accomplish the goal. The second portion is the total expense, revenue increases. So we haven't gotten to the revenue increase portion of table number 4 yet. We are focused on the first portion, which is the expense reduction section. In the expense reduction section, excuse me, we have heard from Councillor Edward. He had some questions on some of them. I do see that Councillor Zavitz and Councillor Roberts also have their hands. So what I'm going to suggest is, if there are any questions on those specific items, this is a good opportunity to bring this up. So Councillor, okay, and Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, so my question was out of line?
It's not out of line. So your next question, I believe, and this is where I was trying to follow, is on community centers. So I'm trying to look at the items that are on the expense reduction section. Those items there, the ones that Councillor Edwards just went through, are there any specific items on that list that you had questions on? Okay, so I do want to get, I'll let Councillor Nishikawa look at that, and I'll come back if required. Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. And through you, I suppose to the mayor, I have a question, and again, I'm going to stick right here to my knitting here. Table number 4. If I read the preamble, table 4 summarizes proposed revisions to the 2023 draft operating budget to achieve the committee's target of $300,000 in cost reductions. I'm just going to stop there. I'm not going to read the rest, which says and or non-tax revenue increase. I'm just saying that as I recall, when we last met and then left as a group, that to get back to here today was, you see, it's the devil's in the details. I was expecting a $300,000 reduction, and it was quite pleased to support that back when that occurred. And then, of course, the $300,000 discussion about reserves. Fine. My point, though, is that, you know, what's happened, and again, this is where I was querying the fire chief, because, you know, some of the staff members have come up with $181,000. I'm wondering where the other $119,000 is to get to the mayor's scenario of looking for $300,000. What in fact we've been presented with here is $180,000 worth of departmental belt tightening, if you will, but then $119,000 of this is how we can add to the coffers. I was not expecting this total expense adjustments, if you will, these revenue increases, which is what I'm going to be railing against in a few minutes, I suppose. At least half of it, to my mind, is something that I think Councillor Edwards, not to put words in his mouth, but you know, I was looking for cost reductions, and what we got is cost reductions, and then a balance with let's charge the people more for all these different uses. Great idea, but we don't even have a marketing plan to run an arena. I don't know how we got to this stage where this thing is self-fulfilling. Within reason, it's clearly not, but you must understand what I'm saying. I don't understand how we went from 300. The mandate from the mayor's mouth wasn't, let's find $181,000. I don't
So-
recall that. If I did, I'm wrong.
So, yeah, so I think what I actually would do is I'm going to direct us back to Director Donaldson in a minute, but the request from our council was to go back and reduce the reserves by 300,000 and then find additional costs as well as revenue opportunities. So what they've come back to us with is what we've asked for, which is looking at the operations. Here are some ways to not only reduce some of our costs, but possible revenue opportunities. And what's at discussion today is these items. This is the changes that we did request. So I don't believe Mayor Kelley needs to respond because that was the direction that we gave. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. First of all, a comment, then there's two specific items under expenses that I'd like to table up for discussion. I did a different look at the expenses, and I noticed after calculations that 48% or 75,000 of the items listed there are deferred into 2024. It was 28,000, almost $29,000 of work of items that staff say no longer applicable. So I guess they got, after they got into it, they looked and said, hey, this is not needed. But there is a savings of $76,000 that we had 42%. Now so just throw that out there for understanding. But the two that jumped off the page at me, and I'll comment, is defer replacement of sinks and purchase of new rental rollerblades. Now, I'm going to make the assumption without going to Director Becking that in his professional opinion, sinks can hold off for one more year in the arena, especially given what we're going to be doing a feasibility report. The recreation master plan that I'm very familiar with, had a lot of public input, did not have anything that mentioned in that roller skating. So and given that we're doing a feasibility study, the 89 for roller skates, we think we can probably defer that even based on the probably the usage. And I think this is just for Bella. So I'm supportive of the 8,900 reduction for this year for the arenas. The one that kind of jumps off the page on me is the $60,000 for what I read between here. We're not going to do any more goose control services in our parks and beaches. First of all, I want to confirm that that is a correct understanding.
Thank you. That's a good question. Director Becking, can you just confirm what will be the approach for Goose Patrol?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2019 and 2020, the township employed a private sector service to attempt to control the proliferation of geese in some of our parks and beaches. For a variety of reasons, that service was curtailed in 2021 and 2022.
Okay.
In the original submission to you of the current year's budget or the proposed year's budget, we added that service back in to the extent of about $50,000 or $60,000. What is the decision that is before you is, should that service be reinstated? If it's not to be reinstated, then there is a savings according to table 4 of $60,000.
Okay, thank you. And a supplemental then. So that's
Yes.
what's up. That's what's is up for, I believe, a decision here. We were taking care of it in 2 years. Last year we did not. And I don't know if we can control how many reports we had on this, but we do know there's a lot of geese around and they love beaches and they love grass. So I don't know whether it's a wise move not to reinstate this, and that's what I'd like committee to debate.
Okay, that's a good point. If we could, Councillor Roberts, you've highlighted that one particular line. I'm going to go to Mayor Kelley and then Councillor Kent, and we'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, just on the goose poop thing, even though we didn't retain the services of the group last year or the year before, my recollection is some of our staff visited at least Hannah Park. They may have been elsewhere, I don't know, and did a pretty decent job of taking care of the situation, even in the absence of the service. I may be wrong, but I believe that's what was going on down there. I guess a question to Director Becking, is that how we handled it last year?
Director Becking?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The mayor is correct. We attempted to cover off the absence of the service. I won't suggest to you for a moment that we did anywhere near as good a job, but we at least attempted to do the best we could within the available resources.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent?
Thank you. I would just add on to a couple of people's comments. As I think it's primarily Councillor Zavitz who made this comment. I expected when we sent them back that they would come back with, and I understood that there was an opportunity to reduce expenses and increase revenues, but I assumed when it was increasing revenues, we would be talking about increasing grants or other fundraising that we would bring in rather than user fees. I find the user fees, it's like saying, well, we're just going to raise our prices at CPI. You raise our prices, if you're Rogers Cellular, in order to meet the budget. That's the most onerous thing to do. So I think that they've made a good headway here on the expense reductions. I do find it surprising, and I read it in Director Donaldson's report, that there was no even thought or reduction of reducing the CPI increase for basic salaries and benefits, because the benefits tied in quite strongly, even a piece of it. And I know they said that there was a policy put in place in 2021. I think that policy probably needs to be looked at. Sally the Great, let's review the old policies, but I think there should be more flexibility than a firm in stone policy that said that increases are always going to be tied to A, B, or C. That's not the way most companies do it. It's usually at the discretion and consideration of the marketplace and the situations. So my two comments are, I think going after user fees is not necessarily what I saw as revenue increases. And number two, headway on the expenses is good, but I expected to see something more on the, a little bit, even if it's not the full amount of a give up on some salary increases.
Okay. So again, if we look to the expense reduction piece, I think at this point, does anybody else have any other questions or comments? Okay, so I think I'd like to just do a straw poll on these reductions. The ones that I have heard being brought up as a point of discussion have been the arena with the deferral of the sinks and the purchase of the new rental of roller skates. And the second one that I heard it kind of brought up a couple of times was the goose patrol. So those would be two line items on this that I heard from the group in this discussion. So those are going to, oh, Councillor Edwards, did you want to?
I had also mentioned the minor capital hall board request. That's the hall board's requesting stuff. That was one thing. And I'd just like to clarify something. When I was talking about Gravenhurst and Huntsville, I wasn't comparing them. What I was comparing is their percentage, because the percentage at Gravenhurst is 2.96. Sounds great. But when you take the mill rate or the tax rate, it brings it up to 74.10. At 5.29 in Huntsville, it's $105. That's what I was bringing. It's the it's the tax rate or the mill rate, as we used to call it. And ours is that much lower because we have the lowest mill rate or tax rate. And that I wasn't comparing what they were doing or what they were spending. It's just that people, when we were looking at 7.6%, have a real conniption about it. But when they look at other things, that's why we shouldn't be using rates, just saying it's going up $7 or $2 or $5. That's what my comment was on. Thank you.
Thank you. So then there's the three items that I'm just going to do a quick straw poll on. And the straw poll is, do we support staff's recommendation to include this as a reduction in this operating budget? And I'm going to start with the arenas. I believe that Councillor Roberts and Councillor Edwards had opinions on these. So I'm going to just do a quick straw poll to see if, Councillor Roberts.
I'm okay with the straw poll on the sinks and rollerblades and the goose control. The third item being the community center's reduction of $10,000. That will be just to be voted on, correct?
I was just going to do a straw poll. Are you generally supportive of those reductions?
Yes, I need further detail on that $10,000. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just do the first two and then I will get further clarification from Director Becking on the third. So for the arena, on the sinks and the roller skates, could I just get a show of hands, those who would support including this as a reduction in this year's operating budget? Okay, so that's okay. So that will be included in the reductions. The second one is to do with the goose patrol. Just a show of hands, are we supportive of including this as a reduction for this year, knowing that staff will do an ongoing basic maintenance program at beaches, etc.? Councillor Zabitz, before I do call the.
Thank you for that. And you know, where I'm torn in this process here right now is the permitting and the user fees come out to some 52,000. So if all of a sudden I vote yes to $60,000 worth of goose poop removal, and I want the 52,000, all of a sudden I'm at $112,000. So I mean, this thing's going to go crazy. Like my point is, we're doing a la carte before we're even doing a la carte. We're going to be at $1 million plus. So I just think we're affecting our process here. I'm concerned. I guess I'd be okay with everything that the staff has recommended in the first part, which is a summary of other changes and you know, and including goose poop. It should be out. Otherwise, we're going to start voting now on 60,000 and 30. How are we going to do this? How are we going to?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I agree with you.
Yeah, I know, but how are you going to do it?
Well, that's what I'm asking right now. We're going to just do a quick straw poll to determine from everybody that there was a few members of committee that had brought this up as a question. And when it was a few members, that's why I'm asking for a straw poll. Do we support leaving it in as a cost reduction for this year, knowing that staff will be doing an ongoing basic maintenance program? So that's the straw poll I'm asking for right now on the expenses. Oh, I see Councillor Nishikawa, you have your hand up as well. Sorry, I didn't see that in the corner.
I just wanted to support staff's recommendation about the goose control. And the reality for me is that we're talking about 2 months of the year here. And if we have successfully, this township has successfully in the past, when they've engaged citizens in the community and asking them to walk their dogs in the mornings and the evenings, that does the job. And that's essentially what the goose people would be doing. So I would support staff on this particular number.
Thank you. So at this point, if I could do a straw poll on, do we support staff's recommendation for the goose poop? Okay, thank you. And now the final one, I believe there was some questions on the hall board, and I think we just would like to have some further clarification from Director Becking on what exactly is involved with that $10,000, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were a number of what I will call relatively minor requests. Chairs and dollies some tablecloths, some curtains, a few other odds and sods that, and I don't mean to diminish them, but they were relatively minor items that frankly could be postponed for a year with little ill effect. And they do not affect the level of service that is otherwise provided to those facilities.
So, Councillor Roberts, is that okay? Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. Again, it feels like I don't know where to look for information, but I would like to be able to, though, address like who's getting cut. So, for instance, if it's going to be something in the Bala Community Center, I should be able to answer those people in Bala, whatever that looks like. So I just don't know what, those little items, but I get that they add up. But I just don't know what in particular, how it will impact. Mostly, I don't know if I should be fighting for something when I don't know what it is, who's going to get it removed.
Okay, Director Becking, is that, do we have very specific examples of things, or is it?
There were some tablecloths in Walker's Point, as I recall. There was a curtains for the stage in Milford Bay. There were some chairs in Raymond. There were some curtains and some other minor items in Ullswater. Those are the ones that leap immediately to mind.
Thank you. Councillor Burry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish we could trust staff to have done a good job, recognizing that we are going to be looking at rationalizing community centers. We have 12 of them. I look at this as a year where we are needing to complete some plannings. We've got a transportation plan, we've got a recreation plan, we've got some other kinds of planning that we need to put into place to actually be able to provide the services that our residents want and need. We haven't even begun to talk about pickleball and single purpose use pavilions for the fad of the week. I still remember when windsurfing was really, really kind of cool too. And I'm not belittling pickleball as a specific, but we have fads that go through this, and there's pieces. We've got 2 aging arenas. Do we need to put new sinks into an arena that may get decommissioned? Let's be and an underutilized arena at that. And yes, I'm a hockey parent and a figure skating parent, but I think we're trying to squeeze, water out of pennies here. And I'm not convinced that it's productive for us as a team or for our community when we're trying to get some things in place so that we can evaluate and move ahead on much larger planning issues that are going to affect our community. We can't put in an air source heat pump in the Milford Bay Community Center because it's not insulated and we don't have enough hydro there. That's a $500,000 project, not $10,000 for napkins. Anyway, rant over.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you. Through you to, if I might, to my good councillor peer, Mr. Burry. Some of your language, rationalizing community centers, you talk about getting ahead of ourselves here, whether it's short-term rental, whether it's community centers, whether it's arenas. We've already got an arena closed and 6 community centers about to be closed. I don't like quite honestly, I'm very nervous about the language I'm hearing, because I have to account to my public, the people that voted for me, and they do not want to hear us talking about community centers being closed unless this is a more fulsome discussion. So to your point, sir, to your good point, I agree with you that we need to get on to bigger things, but I do think we need to be very careful in how we position things with the public as we are here in the public domain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I am going to bring us back now to the expenses. I did want to allow a bit of that conversation because I know that this is the sensitive portions of our decision making. But back to now the hall board. There is one request on that one specific item. I'd like to see a straw poll for those who would be in support of the $10,000 being reduced as per staff's recommendation. So all those in favor?
Three, 5, 6.
Okay. So those, and so I think that you've had your response then on the expenses. I'm looking at Director Donaldson, you have clarity so that we can move on to the revenue piece. So that everything would still remain in. Okay, thank you. So now the committee, we are going to move on to the second portion of table number 4, which is the revenue increase section. And I'm going to hand the floor back to, oh, no, Director Donaldson, I guess in his opening remarks had highlighted what we did here, or what the conversation was centered around user fees. And I'm going to suggest what we heard was predominantly around the community centers and the arenas. And so I wanted to open up the conversation on this area to confirm is the specific, if we look at that list on revenue increases, is the specific concern heard the user fees that we're talking about increases in the arenas and the community centers. And if there's another item, then please let me know. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do want to bring this up a little bit higher rather than talking at the lower level. Just let me, the revenue increases are identified as 119,100. Of that, $63,000 is for our added fire fees. I'm supportive of that. $2,000 for bylaw. I'm supportive of that. My concern is the $54,000 from that we're now pushing off to the community. So we're not talking pennies, $54,000. And these are people that are our backbone for our community, the ones we're talking about, the people that contribute hours and hours of volunteer services. So we have a master plan and 111 recommendations in the master plan. Within the master plan, it has items to talk about all this stuff. And I think it's premature in 2023 to reduce anything pertaining to the community from the budget and defer this to 2024. I'll speak specifically to arenas. One of the things we're communicating is that arenas are very underutilized. I'm thinking that we have a feasibility study. We've got to let that feasibility study take its course. And I think that we should continue the deal at 40% to see if we can market the use of our community centers. So, it's only 1 year and we'll get a better understanding we have a good understanding of the usage, but we might increase that. So, but on the cemeteries, I'm okay with, but anything to do with community centers, that these people have already put back into the community. I can only speak to Milford Bay. I know since the time I was in chair, and I can give you facts on this, the community has put back onto the township property at least $30,000 of assets. So they've got that money out of their fundraising, and that never came. Well, I guess we did. We got some grants, some small grants. So I don't think this is the year that we go after the community centers. I think it's next year after the recreation master plan implementation plan is done and we have a better understanding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know where somehow who is on first there. So I'm just going to go, pardon me, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I would agree with Councillor Roberts, and especially with the insurance, and that's why we always covered it, because it ends up being cheaper. We just saved almost $500,000 on insurance. And I'll just give you a phone call that I had the other night. The Windermere and District Lions have a turkey dinner on March 11th at Milford Bay. They normally have it in Raymond. the rental they were charged, even though they're fundraising for the community, was $67.80. Now they've had to move it to Milford Bay. They used to get the haul from Thursday and Friday and Saturday. They're only getting Milford Bay from Friday and Saturday to set up. And there's pickleball at the same time, but they've allowed it. They're now being charged $271. And their question was, why do we have to pay that? We don't even know how many people will come over from the Raymond area over to that hall for that dinner. And that it's disgusting that we take these service groups who turn around and raise money to give back to the community, and we charge them left and right. It should be a free service for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, I can't see the Councillor Nishikawa. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened in the column here.
Thank you. Just to follow along with Councillor Edwards and Roberts. You know, we had a review of our community centers, not the past council, but the one before, and very close to the end of the year. And again, let's remember that to the community who fundraised for most of all of our bills. You know, and the other issue I would say, we do not offer other services that other towns do from a community service perspective. So for instance, where someone might have a card gathering once a week in their community, they're actually providing a community service. They're allowing some of those senior citizens to get out of their house, and it just compounds on top and top and top. Because the reality is we don't have many of the basic services that you would get in town. We don't supply those things, and that's fine. But the reality is our hall boards are providing some of those services. I'm just concerned that respectfully that staff who were not part of the township, you know, over a number of years, and where we've had these reviews over and over, that gets forgotten. You know, so while we can have a community meeting on something, and you know, a new term of council means all of that goes out the window, and I hope that that's not the case. But I would not be in favor of increased fees, and in fact, I wish I had a better idea of how we were going to increase them, because, you know, when we did the review about the community centers and what we were willing to waive, we knew specifically what dollars we were talking about. I don't understand that in the documents we've been provided.
Thank you. Councillor Savitz.
Thank you. And just for your edification, I would be the fourth councillor to certainly not support this $54,000. So there's 4 in your straw poll. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent, McIntyre, and the Mayor Kelley.
I just had one simple question, probably for Mr. Donaldson, which is, were there any creative revenue increases from grants or community benefits that we could have seen putting into this budget rather than user fees from a revenue standpoint, untaxed philanthropic opportunities, et cetera, that we could have sort of at least taken a gamble on trying to get? I don't see any of that in here.
Okay, thank you. Director Donaldson.
Thank you. So I think the baseline for the review of revenues, which was part of the resolution passed by committee, was based on our existing fee structure. So we didn't look at anything new in terms of fees. And with respect to grants, I mean, the difficulty with grants is a lot of them are application based. And so there's never any certainty. So when you're planning the budget and you're trying to set your tax rate to determine what your levy is, you kind of need something that you can determine is reasonably, you know, achievable. My concern would be that, with grants, we don't have that certainty, although we would continue to apply for grants. And if grants were received, they're usually for specific purposes as well. They're not just for general purpose. So there's that limitation, but they would be more of a windfall than they would be something planned, because they're just not something that I don't think we would want to count on necessarily. But that was the approach we took.
Thank you.
Okay, thank Sorry, Councillor McIntyre and then Mayor Kelley. Okay, that's fine. Mayor Kelley? Oh, no, my apologies. Councillor McIntyre? You're muted.
There we go. Okay, I just have one small comment. I agree with what everybody has said. I'm fundamentally opposed to user fees, and my big concern, of course, is community resources are there for people who may not have a lot of their own personal financial resources. And we need to make sure that those community resources are available to them. So if we were going to go into user fees and stuff, what I would suggest, the court system has something called the fee waiver, because they want to make sure that people who don't have money can still pay the fees and whatever are required for boards, tribunals, courts, all the rest of that stuff. So what I would say is, yes, I agree, we shouldn't be going at the user fees. If we decide we're going to do that, I think we need to consider some sort of a fee waiver for people who can't afford those resources. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor McIntyre. And I think staff is just noting that in the report there, we actually do have a very comprehensive fees and charges bylaw. I remember being quite surprised by the lengths and the thought that has been put in by previous councils. And I think perhaps what's that conversation right now is, once, do we have the right amounts in there, right? And perhaps this isn't the time, is what I'm picking up from Councillor Roberts' comment earlier. Is this the right time for us to be evaluating? Do we have the right mix at this particular budget time? So I am going to, at this point now, ask Mayor Kelley. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I just wanted to summarize and make sure everybody was aware that, and you can actually look at that report. I believe it is in our report. There is a link to the bylaw, afterwards, if you want to have a longer look at that. So Mayor Kelley.
Thank you, and through you. I've got a question first, I think, of Director Becking. We're talking about a $54,000 uplift from fee increases. Is there any way to determine how much of that $54,000 would be driven by community service groups, junior figure skaters, minor hockey, and how much of it would be from other, I'm going to throw some things out, wedding receptions that rent the hall, non-community based activity? Is there any way to split that 54 grand?
Thank you. Director Becking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I can't give you a breakdown by user group. To be quite honest with you, I took it from a completely objective point of view, independent of the who or the what. Okay. If that answers your question, Your Worship. That answers the question. That leads me to a comment. I want to pick up on something that Councillor McIntyre said, which I think was right on. My sort of outlook on this is that we should be charging fair market rate for the use of our facilities, with some ability to waive or release or reduce or give back to those members, or those users who are members of our community. And I mean literally those who, play hockey, minor hockey, the figure skaters and so forth, who use the facilities and for which they don't have any choices. This isn't just a destination to come and hold a wedding reception. This is their hometown. It would be counterintuitive to offer that rebate or that waiver out of funds raised from the tax base. We're giving back what we think we're saving, and we're just creating a kind of a bureaucracy in the process. So
I'm wondering if it would be useful to consider, for instance, up until the COVID hit, the mayor held an annual charity golf tournament. And from my records or my ability to sort of discern through the records, they raised somewhere between $50,000 and $60,000 every year. The mayor was the one, I think, maybe it was council, but earmarked the money for a particular charitable purpose. Tax receipts were issued, and that pool of money was used to, I think in some cases, meaningful donations to the hospice, for instance. But if we were able to sort of look at this and identify defined groups that need to be protected from the reality of the real market value of the ice time or of the community hall, and if we were to have that pool of resources, and if we were to set up something that was really simple and not, not insulting to the local community, identify yourself as a local resident, as a hockey player, as a member of our figure skating team, whatever the Lions Club, actually of Peninsula Road. I won't go into Port Curling. You use the community center. You need a waiver. Satisfy it, and the fees will be waived and will be funded out of this charitable pool that we've raised. I don't care. I don't golf, so I don't care if it's a golf tournament. But I know this is a bit stretchy, but I think it would be a good way to recognize that there are certain users of our community centers and arenas that should expect relief from the full market value. But at the same time, I think there are certain users who should expect to pay full market value, shouldn't be traveling here to play hockey on our ice because it's $300 an hour cheaper than what they can get, in the city of Vaughan or wherever they came from. So I throw that out not as an option or an alternative. It's something that I've been working up. I don't have any more details. I can tell you that there's a consistent record pre-COVID, $50,000 to $60,000 annual raise in a charitable golf tournament. The people who helped organize that are still available to us to work on something similar. If we earmarked community undertakings or community endeavors like this as the beneficiary of that funds, would that be enough to give people pause to revisit their thumbs up or thumbs down on this? And I'll still go quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see a few more hands up, but just before that, I was just thinking about this policy, and I was wondering from Director Becking, the policy that we have in place for the fees, what is the schedule for us to be reviewing this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we were to do a policy review, it would have to be done in the second or third quarter. So any positive financial outcome would be in the latter part of the year.
So if I could ask just a quick supplemental on that, then the fees that are reflected in this recommendation are really fees that might be realized towards the tail end of this year, regardless, correct? Like it's not a full year; it's a prorated amount.
It's not a full year, Madam Chair. It's a prorated amount.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley, I will come back to your idea in a minute because that takes us off a little bit in a different direction, but I do want to hear also again from Councillor Edwards and Councillor Nishikawa.
Yes, thank you. Since I've been on council for a few years, what we used to do is if it's a community group wanted the hall, they got it free. If you wanted it for a wedding or something like that, or a shower, you paid for it. And that, so if a card group wanted to use the Windermere Hall or that, they got it free. And that, now if you want, you can charge them and then you can raise your money and then give it back to them. It's a nightmare. And that with all that, because you've got to collect the money and then divvy it back out and everything else like that. Use the mayor's golf tournament or something like that for something specific in the community, as you said, hospice or something like that. and you'll get more. But like I say, the Lions, the Women's Institute, and that, and some of the counselors should maybe show up at some of the halls when stuff goes on and see what the community are doing, and that, because they do a lot of good work, and that's we're double dipping with them, because we charge them in the taxes and we charge them to rent their own halls that they did. That's why they're upset about it, and that I would just leave it that we don't charge unless you're renting it for something for your family, like a wedding or some other party, but not for a card game or church or songs and strings or anything else like that. They're getting people out and active. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for clarification again, I would, Director Kent, or Director Becking, our current policy does have variable amounts, does it not? So if a wedding group would be charged very different than any kind of community group as it is. So there is an established policy that we are working from. And my understanding is the recommendation was that within that, we would just increase the rates of all of these items or a portion of these items to try to bring things into market again. Is that correct?
It's partially correct, Madam Chair. It would be a combination of that as well as eliminating the zero charge provision, and that the maximum relief would be 50%.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I won't try to, well, I guess I will say what Alan had said. We did build in the policy to basically every user group. We took that into consideration. That's why I'm a little bit concerned with not seeing the breakdown. And again, don't know where to find it, but I don't know if we were saying we're going to increase the rates for weddings, for instance, I'd look at that differently, because of course, anything that involves alcohol gets charged differently, and insurance and everything else. So, and I would hate to go back to the days where we had to then, for instance, I will just use the Torrance Community Center and card night on, and we would have 40 seniors all applying to get the fees waived, because that's what we would get. Like that's essentially what we did. People would be picking up lots of council and staff time because they had to come begging to please waive this fee. And it really was embarrassing, and begging would be the right term. So I don't want to go back to that, but I would have liked to have had the opportunity to see who we were charging, and in fact, I could have approved some of those increases, but not the way that it was presented that I could find. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that I am going to do a straw poll in a second, just on this particular item. But I do think that the policy that's in place, if we put this on a future, I'm going to call it parking lot item, we do have a schedule when we're supposed to be looking at these things. And I think picking up on what Councillor Nishikawa was just saying, there's a lot of thought that has gone into this from previous councils. It's a pretty comprehensive document. There's an opportunity potentially for us to revisit that. So I think we do owe this dialogue to a future conversation as well. What we have to decide today, and I do want to go back to the specific items, because Councillor Roberts, you brought up a certain amount, and I was trying to understand where you got that amount of the 54,000. Like the items that I think we are at debate on are the arena and community centers. Is that correct?
54 cemeteries, community centers, and parks.
Okay, so Director Donaldson, I'll let you just respond to what you believe are the items that we are talking about here from what Councillor Roberts.
I was just clarifying that the 54,000, as I calculated, is all the user fees for arenas, community centers, cemeteries, and the parks. So it's all of those items in combination are the 54,000. And I'll just make a very, if I can, I just want to make a very quick comment in response to Councillor Nishikawa, and I appreciate your desire to see the detail. And I think that what staff's intention was to bring forward proposals for where fees could be increased, and the specifics on those would be brought back for future consideration in terms of how and where to get us to that number, because I can totally appreciate that the fact that you really need to understand where those changes are taking effect. But I think it's really just getting that commitment on the direction from committee at this point that there would be an increase in fees or not. And this is the order of magnitude we'd be looking for. And then we would bring something back in the form of a policy update, a change to the fee bylaw, and so on, that would spell that out in more detail, and further discussion would be able to take place at that time to confirm how and where that change would take effect. So we don't have all the details, and that's why you're not able to find them. We don't have it spelled out in its minutia, but I think it's really to speak to the concept and the notion that staff's recommendation was that there should be some adjustment in that direction. So I hope that helps to clarify where we were trying to come from. So thank you.
Okay. So I will bundle these items. As Director Donaldson just reviewed, there's an opportunity for us to give direction, I guess, to staff to come back at a future point with a change in user fees that would help us realize increased revenue. What that exactly looks like right this moment, we do not know. But what Director Donaldson has just highlighted is that we'd have an opportunity to participate in that discussion. So the direction that they are looking for from us is, are we interested in staff coming back, I guess, to the tune of $54,000 in this specific area with realized increases in revenue and user fees. And Councillor Nishikawa, I'll let you make another comment, and then I'm going to do a straw poll.
I'm sorry, I actually check my bank account on a regular basis, so I know what's coming in and out. I don't have the confidence to vote for something that I don't know what I'm voting for. And the fact that I might be able to revisit it down the road, I don't even find that down the road ever comes back. So I wish we could look at this closer, but I can't approve it today. And there's too many unknowns in this. There might be some really good stuff, but I don't see that we're doing that today. And I can't prove this, but I am wondering, and again, if we were to say months down the road, I don't see any reason why we can't increase fees as the year goes on, once we learn more. But I don't believe that we can put it in the budget today.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz, do you have something new to add?
Well, clarification from you, if I might, through you,
Yes.
to you. I did not understand what you said. I mean,
Okay.
it's rather convoluted. The question in front of us is, do we want to include this $54,000 or not? Not at some point in time in the future. Sure, we can look at it then, but it's yes or no. It's going to be no for me.
Okay, so that's thank you for that clarification. So I guess the question is, do we want to include the $54,000 as noted by Councillor Roberts in this as a revenue increase for this budget at this point in time? A straw poll for those who would like to see it remain in. Councillor Edwards?
Is it exactly 54,000? Because I've got 65,100 above it and everything else below it, so that would change it.
Thank you. I'm just getting some clarification from staff. So I'm going to reference the actual rows. It would be the arenas, cemeteries, community centers, parks, and parks. Those line items, if we would like to have them removed at this point as part of the realized increased user fees for this term budget, I'm going to do a straw poll. All those in favor of removing those from the revenue increase at this point? Okay. Okay. So this then kind of closes off this portion, but I do want to circle back to the question that was put forward from Councillor Kent, because I want to make sure that that hasn't been lost. And excuse me, I'm just trying to go back to my notes for a second to remind myself. It was the comments on the CPI piece, and I just want to make sure that we have closure on that piece as well. So, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And just for my closure on that last piece, what happened?
Okay.
How did the
No,
vote go?
that's fair. That's fair. I know this is there is no question that this becomes confusing. So what we have done on that last piece, we've just gone through table number 4. And in the first portion on the expenses, we've kept the expenditures down as is, sorry, under the revenue increases from the line that says arenas down to the line that says parks. We are taking that section out of the revenues to be increased for this year, for the user fees.
Thank you.
But what we are going to do, I think, from this conversation is put this on a future parking lot item to come back, as it's noted in the policy and the schedule for our discussion. So now if I could, I'd like to come back to Councillor Kent's question, and perhaps Councillor Kent, I could ask you just one more time to quickly and succinctly your comment on the CPI piece.
Okay, I just wanted to reiterate and make sure everyone was aware of the fact that the CPI increases, which is the most, salaries and benefits are the most significant item, as we argue about $1,000 here and there in the budget. There's a policy in place that you guys approved back in 2021 that effectively locks, I didn't read it that way, but effectively locks the salary increases on an annual basis, on a retroactive basis each year based upon CPI. And I just wanted to make sure you were aware of the fact that there was nobody had gone back and suggested they take $50,000 or the comparable $54,000 out of salary increases, because the increased rate, I think, is now 6.9%. And now I think CPI has gone down for the last 5 months. This is an increase that's retroactive based upon the last 12 months. I'm not suggesting, as Mayor Kelley put it to me earlier, the salary bought them 12 loaves of bread last year, now it buys them 11 loaves of bread, and why shouldn't they be getting a CPI increase? I understand that, but I do think that belt tightening goes across the board often, and I don't love the policy where it's strictly tied to a CPI number rather than at the discretion of senior management and the council. Anyway, so I just want to make sure everyone knew that they were tying that number at 6.9%.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. Through you. Mine was actually a follow-up to Councillor Zavitz's question. I know we thumbed up the total expense adjustment unchanged. I know we eliminated from the proposed revenue increases from arenas down to parks. Have we actually thumbed up on the other parts? I don't remember doing it if we did. On the bylaw enforcement and fire stations piece?
So yes, we did. So when we went through when Director Donaldson walked us through things at the beginning, what we heard as conversation throughout today, as the points of concern was the user fee piece as it related to the arenas down through to the parks. And then that was validated by the questions. But what we didn't hear was questions on bylaw enforcement or the fire stations in particular. So we left those in, but the other ones have been removed for now.
I'm just not sure that we might, that's good, that's fine. But until we get a kind of a thumbs up on it, people may come back
Okay.
later with a different point of view. That's my only concern.
Okay. That is a fair comment. Okay, so I will ask that, I will ask that question differently when we come back. Councillor Kent?
I was just going to say, I didn't finish my comment properly, which was to say at the last meeting, I asked either CEO Hammond or Director Donaldson to come back and tell us what the comparable areas CPIs were so that we could measure our policy effectively, if you want to look at it that way, versus what the other townships had come back on. I've got tidbits of information, but I don't have the full picture. So that was a piece of information that we asked for.
Okay. Director Donaldson?
Thank you. So I was able to ascertain from some of the neighboring communities. So the town of Huntsville does an automatic adjustment for staff at CPI trim. It's effective January 1. The town of Ravenhurst adjusted their salaries at 1.9%, but they've recently introduced a policy that their salaries going forward will be tied to the amount of the increase of their tax levy. The town of Bracebridge was not available publicly. Further information that we've come to understand as well is CPP recently announced for retirees that their adjustment would be 6.5% this year, and the Ontario municipal pension is 6%. Is the change for pensioners this year as well. So those were some of the benchmarks I was able to gather from that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to Mayor Kelley's comment and just ask the question, as a show of hands, are we supportive of the revenue increases in bylaw enforcement and fire stations, as noted in the staff report table number 4? Straw poll, all those in favor of those? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. So committee, we do have the service level enhancements still to go. I would like to suggest that we take a quick 10-minute break. We will summarize when we come back the conversation. And we're going to continue along so that staff has the opportunity to walk us through their rationales that we have all received. And we can go through the service level enhancements. Okay, so I will suggest 5 after 3. Thank you.
Oh, Ruth's bathing away.
Ruth wanted to ask a question.
I'm just very concerned because I had thought we were going to have a hard stop at 3, and
Sorry, Councillor Nishikawa.
Can I finish, please? Sorry, if I can't speak.
No, Councillor Nishikawa, sorry. We didn't hear anything you said because I didn't have it on and I couldn't unmute myself. So I was just going to ask, I couldn't see that you were speaking. I was about to go off.
Chair, could you get an idea of how long this is going to go on? Because I have other commitments and I thought we were doing a hard stop at 3. That was what the message that I was given.
Right. So I think that's kind of under our purview to determine. I certainly don't want to be here all evening, but I would like to at least go through the service level of enhancements, and then we will see where we're at.
So then another hour or so, is that kind of what you're thinking?
Well, I would say that's probably achievable, but that kind of is
well, I won't be able to stay on the call then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. This is very important information. I'm concerned that we now have 2 councillors that are dropped off on the enhancements, which represent, if my memory serves me correctly, 2.5% increase in tax if we approve them all. So I don't know whether we should continue, given that we are going to have a hard stop at 3. I understand we want to get this done. I understand we're going to have another meeting, but we've lost 2 votes here that could decide one way or the other.
Right, so that, so I'm going to suggest we come back at 5 after 3. And we will determine next steps, but I would like to remind all of us that, you know, if we still have quorum, that any other meeting we've ever had, we have continued on beyond certain timeframes. So this isn't a unique situation. We were trying to get to within the time frame, but there's been many meetings we've had historically that have gone beyond a defined timeline. So so this isn't a new situation. But if you could allow us to come back in 10 minutes, it would just allow staff and myself to regroup, just to make sure we all have a shared understanding as to where we're at. And then we can regroup and then set the stage for the rest of this discussion. Okay, thank you. Okay, committee, it's 3:05. Please welcome back. Okay, I see Councillor McIntyre, Roberts, Edwards, Mayor Kelley. Me too. Okay. Committee?
Ruth Sally are still on.
Yeah, Councillor Burry, Nishkawa, and Kent, if you're there. We will get back and started. Just give one more minute. That was a fairly quick turnaround. Thank you, Councillor Burry. Okay, I still see Councillor Nishkawa and Councillor Kent are on the call, but not quite visible yet. But I am going to continue along. Upon just, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, for clarification, as it relates to the pickleball discussion, can that be under new business? Is that what we're going to do, is get through this and then discuss under new business, or?
Yes, I think that's a great way to do this. I want to try and give staff the opportunity to go through the service level enhancements, and then we can talk about new thoughts and maybe a possible approach for them as an organization. So thanks for bringing that up. So at this point, I'm going to ask Director Donaldson to walk us through where we are at based upon the conversation over the last 6 hours and what that means directly to our levy and tax rate. We are going to continue today's meeting on. I did clarify with staff as we had our break that the idea of having a timeline on the Zoom doesn't always translate to being a hard stop on a meeting, and they have verified that. So we are going to continue along in the discussions on the service level enhancements. So with that, I am going to turn things over to Director Donaldson. Thank you.
So I just wanted to clarify from the discussion. So staff had presented in table 4 a combination of revenues and expenses that total $300,000 as in accordance with the committee's direction. Of that, 54,000 was removed from the revenue side. So we have a net reduction in the levy of $246,000, which is an increase of 54,000 over what was presented in the initial report. So our tax levy has increased now to $13,458,100, and that translates for everyone's information. Then we would now have a 3.3% levy increase, and that translates based on the rate excluding growth on the rate portion is 2%. So we have an increase now to $13,458,100, which is a 3.3% levy increase. That's where we are at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so with that information, what I'm going to suggest is that we move on to the next portion of our meeting, which would be to do with the service level enhancements. And I do,
That's in the
pardon me?
SUP agenda?
Which is in the supplementary agenda, which is what I'm looking for here. And I see just, I do see you, Councillor Edwards. Do you have a question or comment?
I'd like to ask and that Director Donaldson, that increase, what does that come out to dollar value, either per 100,000 or 500,000, whatever you work out to? Thank you, sir.
We might have to get you to repeat that again. I apologize, Councillor Edwards. I forgot to put on the volume. So.
Okay, thank you. To Director Donaldson, that increase that we're doing, what's that work out for either 100,000 or 500,000? Thank you.
So that change is now now I'm doing it. That's an increase of $2.54 per $100,000 in assessment, or it would be $12.68 per $500,000 of assessment.
Okay, so we are moving now on to the service level portion. And I am going to ask a slight shift in order here, please, that Director Pink is going to lead off today's discussions with his portion on the bylaw. Director Pink.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, committee. The first service enhancement is a bylaw administrative assistant. We did discuss this at length at the last planning committee meeting. And I think the slide deck in front of you is largely self-explanatory. So in the interest of time, we'll keep it rather brief, but we did discuss it again earlier this morning as well. And we're suggesting an administrative assistant for 3 predominant reasons in the bylaw enforcement division. One is the pursuit of an AMPS program or an AMPS penalty system, which is rather administratively burdensome. The potential regulations of short-term rentals, and also to provide support for existing bylaw enforcement staff so they can concentrate on their more technical day-to-day duties. And I'll leave it at that for now, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay. Committee? Any questions? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Pink. So in your presentation, you referenced the bylaw person who would be assisting. One of the challenges, of course, I would have, as I think I stated it earlier, was both AMPS and STR. Short-term rentals are nowhere near coming to fruition at this point in time. How will this person really have a lot of work to do with our 2 bylaw enforcement officers and help them? You say proactive enforcement. Our system doesn't seem to be, and that was another part of the scenario, was our system doesn't seem all that proactive. In fact, it's very reactive, and we wait for people to respond with through our website to a complaint. Is that part of what you're contemplating with this extra person, is that we could look at some additional venues for types of enforcement in our township?
Okay, thank you, Director Pink.
I certainly think that's an increased possibility if this position is approved. I think, as I've noted a few times, existing staff are quite difficult to keep up with those formal complaints that are received for a majority of the year. And a lot of their time is tied up in the office doing general administrative work. So if that time was freed up, and presumably they would have more time to potentially be take a more proactive role in the municipality, time permitting. I think the other thing that might be helpful to clarify, because I sense a few of the questions have centered around this, the intention would not be to advertise the position until the AMPS bylaw is either approved and or short-term rentals regulation discussions are underway. But keep in mind, the position would really have to be in place to begin implementing either of those. So it is somewhat needed at the forefront, but I wouldn't be running ahead advertising the position until we got some more clear direction from council on at least the AMPS program.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts, and then Mayor Kelley.
Thank you, Director Pink, for the clarification and the caveat that you just mentioned. In what month do you think you would have a person in the office? Are you thinking May? Are you thinking August? Well, listen, you have to make an assumption here that AMPS and short-term rentals will get through, but what would be the earliest you think you'd have someone engaged?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think likely the earliest is probably in the June, July, probably the absolute earliest. I mean, we're sitting here almost in March. Budget has not been approved, AMPS has not been approved, and the recruitment process does take some time before anyone is brought on board. And so, you know, I don't think you're looking at any earlier than really June, July at best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Kelley.
Thank you, and through you, and follow on Councillor Zavitz again. I really think there's a lot of work that we need to anticipate in terms of being better positioned to enforce our bylaws. And by that, I mean, I think that there will be, with AMPS and with our sort of traditional approach, with support of somebody in the office to free up individuals to do patrol work, if you call it, or field work, I think we'll have a better shot at hitting some of the more traditional pickings, like parking issues, like noise violations and other issues like that, disturbances. But I really think the big hit is going to be, hopefully not further down the line, when we do a couple of other things. One being review and understand the recommended approach from staff on short-term rentals, which the good news is, by my reckoning and from what I've looked at by surveying the rest of the province, looks like a fairly self-funding enterprise in terms of licensing fees, paying for the cost of compliance. And I honestly think that we need to combine that or roll that out as well as a different approach to seeking compliance on development bylaw breaches. And by that, I'm talking about, we really need to take a look, I think, at licensing. I know I haven't raised this with anybody, so everybody hang on to your chair. It's just a thought. I think we would be remiss if we didn't take a look at the need to use some sort of licensing approach to curtailing degradation, curtailing activity that tends to violate tree preservation bylaws and site alteration bylaws. Again, licensing and license removal or suspension might be the best way to tackle certain things, as opposed to writing tickets or going to court and grabbing funds through the AMPS program, not court, but private court. So I think you're right, Councillor Zavitz, there's a whole lot here. A lot of it will be self-funded, hopefully, but most of it is still just a thought on a bubble somewhere, impossible to predict how the expenses might look in order to bake it into this plan. Hopefully, at the end of the day, we will make some sort of investment in software and maybe programming on short-term rentals, for instance. And again, we haven't seen the report, but if we come to something like that, to me, it's an investment almost in the form of a capital, something you would capitalize and earn income off over time. So I just don't know I don't know how to suggest that we budget for things that we can't even describe in under 10,000 words. And at this point in time, it's not much more than an idea or a notion that hopefully when the time comes, and hopefully soon, we'll be able to figure out what it's going to cost and how we're going to pay for it, or how it's going to pay for itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions, committee? Okay, I would like to open up for some comments, even though that was a comment. So I think we've kind of entered into the discussion period on general support for the bylaw administrative assistant. So Councillor Roberts.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I'm supportive of this. We've all talked about it was campaign points that we talked to. Given that it's going to be June or July before we ever have anybody in here, we'll know a lot more about our desire or the parameters for AMPS and short-term rentals. So I think we put it in the budget so we can hit the road running once we have decided on those two programs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You bring up an interesting point about the point in time of year. And so I think this is just a natural point for me to ask the question of perhaps Director Donaldson. I noted that the cost of the expense for a full-time person, is that a prorated amount, or is that as we're looking at the service level enhancements. That's a full year, isn't it, for a person? And we would only be having to take on half of that potentially for this year. So I just want confirmation from Director Donaldson, please.
That's correct. Those are full year amounts that are listed in the business case. The reason we do that is so that we've got an annualized salary in the budget. So when we do next year's budget, we don't see a huge spike in terms of the annualization of that cost. But in reality, there would be some recovery, some savings due to the vacancy of that position until it is filled.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you to Director Pink. Is there any remote chance that this position could become like deputy, like, you know, out of the boots on the street if need be? Is there that sort of an allowance given this, or is this a person who absolutely you know, is writing a desk, moving paper all the time? I mean, I've read it all, I understand it, but I just wonder, because I'm a very strong believer in giving as much assistance to our bylaw people as possible. So I'm just wondering if there is any enhanced opportunities.
Thank you, Director Pink.
Thank you through the chair. I was envisioning the latter. I think, again, as I stated this morning, both short-term rentals and AMPs, I think, will be considerably administratively burdensome, and I'm not sure if it would be a prudent expense to have more technical expertise retained to be doing largely administrative work. Although potential does exist for more qualified individual to, you know, potentially do that, I'm not sure how financially prudent that would be.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Yeah, I just want to clarify one thing that Director Donaldson said. So if the salary, what I heard was it was budgeted for the full year. So the dollars in the budget include 100%, but we're probably, with all of these positions that we're looking at, going to have a benefit. Is that can we assume that we're going to be able to, if we do it properly and put it into the budget on a proper basis, on a planned timeline basis, are we going to have the savings to cover the $54,000 that we pulled out on the other side? And I guess my only other question is, I would normally have expected to see, and I mentioned this when we discussed AMPs 2 weeks ago, the full, and I realize it's a theoretical, but a full theoretical business plan that shows all the pieces, rather than just say, we're going to hire the person first, then we're going to put together the business plan, and then we're going to show what the revenue side of it. It's almost typically a story that goes together in one piece where the hiring isn't done first. Anyway, just a comment on process. I would normally like to see it approved together with a concept rather than one piece and then making, you know, I'd like to see it be self-paying, and you can't really, we're taking a gamble here that potentially it is self-paying because nobody's given us a full business plan.
Thank you. And I will look to Director Donaldson to clarify if I'm wrong, but I think that's what I took from his response too on your first point, which is for each of these roles for this particular year, we probably can realize some savings simply because of when we're approving this budget.
Right, but I don't think we should be budgeting, but Susan, I don't think Chair Mazan, I don't think we should be budgeting for 100% of the salary. You have to budget that it comes in April or it comes in June. You don't put it in so that they underperform. It's better to put it in properly, and then we'll be back at the numbers that we had.
That's correct.
If it turns out that they're a month late, if it turns out they're a month late or a month early in hiring, then there's a variance. That's fine.
And I would suspect if you were to look at the operating budget for current positions, that's exactly the approach they take. Because these are new roles, the approach is different.
Well, I don't think it should be though.
Okay, so that's
my point is, why wouldn't you budget properly? Then we've got our $54,000, if not a little more. And if it turns out that they hire it a month late, we have a benefit. If they hire a month early, we have a cost. Right. That's the way operations normally works. Plan it for a specific date to the best of your knowledge, and that'll be more accurately reflect what we're planning and give us our money.
Okay, your comments are noted.
Yeah.
To the second point, again, Director Donaldson, you can comment if I'm wrong on this, but this is a bit of a unique situation in the sense that we have yet to make a confirmed decision on approach for AMPs and short-term rentals. But the request has been to put in money and a role in this budget so that in the possible decision-making that will happen over the next few months, we're ready to act on that. Because if we don't, then we would be waiting for another year before we could act upon any of those decisions. It is unique, and that's, I can appreciate the comment on why do we not have it as a comprehensive plan. What we might see is with the two of the other roles is they actually have a master plan with the specific recommendation on a role. So those two situations are slightly different from this particular one. So I don't know if Director Donaldson, you wanted to make any further comments on that or no? Okay. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I just, this is more of a clarification. I've been keeping a running tally, knowing that we wouldn't get the staff in right off the bat. And we're currently looking at $143,000 reduction in the 2023 budget on those three positions, if my assumptions are correct.
Okay, thank you. But I do want to bring the conversation back to now conceptually. We are talking about money. But now I would like to do a straw poll because I'm not seeing any other specific questions as to the role of bylaw administrative assistant. Just wanted to get, pardon me, Councillor Kent, did you have another question or comment?
Wouldn't it make more sense for us to hear about all the positions rather than approving them one at a time before we hear them all? Then this is what happened the last time. I think you got to hear them all and then come back and make a decision on any one individually rather than, because if you decide on one, maybe they don't all work. I think you really got to hear them all first and then go back and take a vote on the package or two of the package or four of the package or five of the package. That's only my personal process recommendation, but you're the chair.
Yeah, thank you. And I do appreciate that. I would like to take a straw poll because I think we have to, at this point, we've done a lot of background on this. Staff has come forward with their recommendation. And I think what we need to do is decide whether or not we see value in this role or not. And knowing that this one will come up. So I just want to do a general straw poll. This is not us finalizing the budget by any stretch, but a general straw poll if we're supportive of a bylaw administrative assistant being in the draft operating budget. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That does pass. Director Pink, just because I have you on the phone, I would suggest that you do the next on the phone, sorry, on Zoom, perhaps the next one, and then we'll go back to the other two.
Thank you. I hope this one is a little bit easier on your deliberations. This is the Sewage System Reinspection Program Administrator / Enforcement Officer. This is a program that has been approved by Council. Last year, we did update the sewage reinspection program, and it's again going to be a much more comprehensive review township-wide of sewage systems in the township as opposed to the current practice. And as the slide notes, an extensive amount of upfront and ongoing work associated with that. And we are suggesting a new position to run and administer that township-wide program. I think the important note is noted there will be no impact on the current tax levy. The building division revenue will fully cover this operating budget increase. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Councillor Kent.
Just one question, and this may be historical precedent that I missed. This is a full-time annualized position, which was the only thing that struck me here is this is a program that's primarily done in the summer, and maybe the 5-month period of the summer. But why are we hiring somebody on a permanent basis rather than a 6-month-a-year contract position?
Thank you.
What do they do the other 6 months of the year?
Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you. I think it will be a year-round job. I think a lot of the work that will result from it will result in enforcement with respect to orders and issues that are discovered during perhaps the inspections themselves. Might be more seasonal. The work emanating from those inspections will be year-round and quite extensive, and a lot of the work will occur in the off seasons with respect to communicating with the community and those individual owners who are subject to an inspection in the future year or upcoming year. So it will be quite cyclical and, in my opinion, year-round. And I think those who know, obviously the position, there is a current building inspector position devoted to sewage inspection at the township is quite busy, and certainly this could provide support for that position when needed. So I don't think it necessarily has to be devoted entirely to this program. I think it gives us some added flexibility in that division.
Okay. Any other questions? Any discussion on this particular item? Okay, I'm going to take a straw poll then. Those who support adding a sewage system reinspection program administrator to the operating budget. Thank you. Great. That 2 passes. Right, Kushal, you got that? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director Pink. I think you come back maybe a bit later when we have the other pieces, but I am now going to turn the floor back to Director Becking for the Manager of Recreation, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As committee is aware, Council adopted a Parks and Rec master plan. One of the foremost recommendations after the adoption of it was the fact that Council would be required to resource the plan in order to implement the 111 odd recommendations stemming from the plan. The proposed position is intended to do precisely that, which is to drive the implementation of the Parks and Rec master plan recommendations and be one of the key players in the carrying out of the downstream studies and initiatives that will result in the plan coming to fruition. With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Committee. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through to Director Becking, I guess the same question I had for Director Pink. What month do you think we'd be successful in having someone in the office starting in this role?
Madam Chair, I wouldn't expect that this position will be on board much before the middle to end of the third quarter of this year.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Councillor Roberts, no supplemental?
Oh.
No? Okay. Councillor Edwards and then Councillor Zatz.
Yes, thank you. Well, I had an email from somebody asking about the actual job description. They're putting cemeteries in, wharf stocks and that. Would this be part of it? Because they had the understanding it would be basically parks or trails.
Okay, thank you. Director Becking.
Madam Chair, the Parks and Rec master plan envisages that this position would be responsible for all aspects of parks and recreation, which includes both the operational as well as the capital side of the operation. It's not possible to divorce one side from the other. Under our current organizational structure, Parks and Recreation also encompasses the operational aspects of managing our cemeteries and some of our other facilities, and it would be part of the job description. I would hasten to point out, however, that this is a small portion of the role and responsibility for this position. The lion's share of it will be directly related to, as I've indicated, the driving the implementation of the Parks and Rec master plan and the operational and programmatical components of the program.
Thank you.
And then
supplemental?
supplemental. Thank you. Who's doing that now?
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Director Becking?
Could I seek a clarification, Madam Chair? What do you mean by who?
Well, like, how is it being looked after at this time? In other words,
Yeah.
and that somebody has to be
okay.
responsible.
Position maybe, but no.
Could we just be sure that we're speaking about position versus a person, please?
Yeah, like a position, like in other words, is there somebody assigned to that at this particular time?
Is there somebody's job description? I'm just wanting to make sure we are in a public forum is included in somebody's job description or a job description.
Assigned to what, Madam Chair? I'm still trying to understand what's being spoken about. Are we speaking specifically of cemeteries, or are we talking about the total of the Parks and Recreation program?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards, clarification?
Yeah, clarification. I guess somebody must be assigned to cemeteries now, docks and wharfs now, parks and trails. Is it handed by one person to people, the whole department? And that, how is it handled at this point?
Thank you. Director Becking?
The day-to-day operation, the people who are cutting the grass and doing that sort of thing is being handled by the Parks Department. From an administrative and an overall direction, I am doing all of that work now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Kent. Oh, you're muted, Councillor Zavitz.
I guess I could have answered that. I know Director Becking is a busy man. I'm generally in support of a position. So in fact, I will support this position. I know I do speak for quite a number of the public who have interfaced with me saying that they think that the position may be, or at least this job description may be overarching to what the master plan foresaw. But I think given the discussions I've had with Director Becking and certainly some of the other councillors, I'm ready here and now to approve this as it is, with the good hope that this gets busy. This position helps to get into that master plan, and we can really start to reinforce the word recreation in our township. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent and then Councillor Roberts.
Am I muted or okay?
No, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. And again, this is history. Myself and a couple of the other Ward C councillors met with Barb Bridgman and a couple of other constituents involved with the master plan, the early development of the master plan. Susan, you know who I'm talking about. And I guess my understanding from those discussions is that role was a more junior role. This role to me strikes me as a very large, expensive senior position within the constructs of the township management team. And I'm wondering if we're actually ready for that position yet, because I don't know that any of the plans, including the arenas plan and the development of all that stuff, has gotten to the point where we're moving forward on that. I know there are lots of items in there. And, I thought their view of what this position ought to be, and this is from the people who are involved in it, was somebody who identified how we move forward and planned for that, forgetting about wharves and, cemeteries. And it's a manager position within the scope that focused on implementing and assessing the parks master plan and moving it forward. And I didn't envision anything this senior based upon those conversations. I think Councillor Burry was in those meetings with me, and he may have some opinions as well.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear on the question then. Is this role reflective of what the intention was from the recreation master plan? So, sorry.
Yeah, I guess it seems much larger. Question is, why is it so large when I wasn't sure that's what we really needed right now?
Director Becking?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's perhaps instructive to quote directly from the Parks and Rec Master Plan. page 3, the first page in the executive summary. About 3/4 of the way down the first or the second column. Establish a full-time Parks and Recreation manager to oversee all aspects of recreation service delivery, including by way of example, and it gives a litany of things, all of which fall under the purview of this position and are currently under my purview. The intention, staff in proposing this position are being very clear and following the direction of the plan. Without this position, then the responsibility to do all of the things that the councillor was referring to would fall back on me. And unfortunately, I have many other things on my plate in addition to this. And what it will do is it will significantly curtail and hamper the implementation of the Parks and Rec Master Plan.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Burry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want clarification because I'm hearing both comments and questions.
Yes, I apologize.
I have some comments, but my questions are not, so when do I get to comment?
Thank you for that. I must be getting later in the day. I realized partway through that I'd slipped as well. So let me ask if there are any more questions as it pertains to this rule, and then we will move into the more robust discussion. Councillor Burry, do you have a question? No. Councillor Roberts, do you have a question then, or do you have a comment? A comment? Okay. Now I will open it up for comment, and thank you for that. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Burry.
Thank you. I for one, have gone through this recreation master plan with a fine-tooth comb. 111 recommendations. This is a senior position. If you just look at the wage, $140,000 for the first year, $152,000 for this next year, and $162,000 in year 3. When you read down through it, you can see there's a lot of strategic planning to be done. I understand the concern in the business case of asking this individual to take on the responsibilities, operational responsibilities. I'm supportive of that, but not until, and I'll underline this, not until we do what we said we would do. We've do this so many times. This individual's primary responsibilities for the first 3 months or whatever is to do an implementation plan that outlines how the 111 items will be done. So this individual, in my opinion, should not be taking on any operation work until after that's done. And I'm thinking that I think I've heard from Director Becking that we're looking at maybe September before we'll have this person on. It's going to take them 3 months just to get up to speed. So we should not add on top of it, in my opinion, in the 2023 year, anything to do with operations, and then have that discussion or the decision in 2024. But primarily, just to summarize, we need, it's a very 111 things that says that should be done. They've all got to be costed and they've all got to be approved by council or the ones we're going to do. We need that plan before doing much more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burry?
Fully supportive. We need the plan. If we want to reimagine recreation in our township, we need some extra help. I trust that Director Becking can supervise, and that's not my role. I think we need some bench strength in recreation, and if we don't put some bench strength in there, we're never going to be able to reimagine recreation.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing no other questions or comments, I would like to take a straw poll at this point as to those who support the addition of a manager of recreation into this budget. All those in favor? That's okay. That passes, Chriselle.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I didn't get, I was trying to get my hand up before we
Okay.
voted on this. So I had a caveat
Yep.
that what we would do in 2023. And I would like a straw poll on that point. Now, we've approved the recreation. But
Okay,
I would,
so I believe that, and I do, it's not that, I think that we're kind of moving into the place of how to do it and trying to tell staff what to do and how to do their job. At this point, what we're trying to do is establish, do we need a manager of recreation? And the answer is yes. And the rationale, as the first point was to do exactly, I think, what you were talking about. The first 3
I
points.
beg to
talk to
differ,
it.
though. I beg to differ on that position.
Mhm.
Because underlining the most important thing is the plan, not the management of operations. In my opinion, you have to have the plan before you can move forward.
Okay, Director Becking.
Madam Chair, I can assure you that that will be the first and foremost priority.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Yes, and thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to stress again, and I know that this goes beyond where we want to be right now, but there was a lot of discussion, the committee, how that committee unfolds down the road for recreation, this whole development thing over the next few years. I have to be on the record as saying that there is public out there that want to be involved, they want to help, they want to be go along for this ride. And I know Councillor Roberts is one of those fine folks too that has done this incredibly forensic work, and I would hope that we would embrace it. I know in speaking to Director Becking, he has shown every interest in working with everyone to make this a successful plan. So I'm all in. Thank you.
Thank you. And just because we have gone through this, and as chair of that steering committee, who did work very hard for 1.5 years alongside Director Becking, a consultant, and other members of staff, I think showing faith and taking a leap right now and committing to building our community, and to use Councillor Burry's comments, which came right out of the pages of the Recreation Master Plan, being able to reimagine this for our community for the long term. The single biggest thing that the consultant guided us on was the importance of having yourself set up internally in order to deliver against it. So thank you for kind of trusting in the system and taking that leap of faith alongside the steering committee's recommendations. So moving on now to our information technology coordinator, and I believe Director Donaldson.
Thank you. Yes, so for the IT coordinator position, so the township accepted, council accepted the recommendations of a IT strategic plan that we did late in 2021, early 2022. The responsibilities for IT moved back to financial services after it had spent a brief time in legislative services in 2021. And a similar position did exist in the township a number of years ago. It was redeployed to other functions. And so we've been without somebody kind of in-house to help with those really fundamental, urgent, hands-on IT support items, which has made life challenging at some points. The treasurer, the deputy treasurer, and myself try to pinch it wherever possible and to keep things moving. But I think this is a really key position. Just in terms of, just the amount of dependency we have on IT and IT resources, it's something that's deeply needed. This position would basically perform in-house support, hands-on keyboards type thing for people for low level type support. We would work in conjunction with our managed service provider to keep them more on the highly technical, and this person would also help in terms of coordinating with our third-party provider, the implementation of the recommendations that would be that were mentioned in the strategic plan, as well as managing all of our assets. So quite a comprehensive role, and something that that we're definitely missing right now. And I'm happy to take any questions on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, I'll open up the floor for comments. Councillor Roberts. Oh, you're muted.
That's the first time this day. Anyways, okay, I'm in full support of the operational positions that Director Donaldson has listed in this report. Him and I have had an in-depth conversation on this, and I see it's really needed. I don't know how he and his assistant are keeping up with it. I know that our acting clerk Cheryl Hollows in the past has done this role too. So I'm very supportive of it. What I am very concerned with, and I'll bring it back, is that we keep on harping on this. In November in 2021, there was 2 points in that resolution, and the one was the implementation, or to develop an implementation plan for the strategic. So I do have a question, and it would go probably to Director Donaldson. Sorry, it's a long day. I'm not firing in all cylinders. One of my concerns back in November of 2021 were backups, server backups, and we did get a new IT provider, service provider, and it is my understanding that there was determined that the backups I've heard were questionable or not working. Can you confirm that?
Thank you. Director Donaldson.
So yeah, so at that time, when we transferred over all of our connectivity to our new service provider, they did a review of our servers. They did try to match up all of the drives we have, and they did determine that we certainly had opportunities for improvement in terms of our data recovery, and we've implemented that system, and it's been in effect, and it is currently working well for us.
Thank you. Then it's just a supplemental, Chair. So that's just one example. I had about 6 or 7 points I made in November of my concerns based on my history.
Councillor Roberts, I apologize. When we're in here, I have to turn it off, so I didn't see that you were speaking. I apologize. Could you start again?
Okay, thank you. And that is just one example of where the strategic plan said to us that we needed to look at these key things: single point of failure, cyber crime. There was a bunch of them. I'm not going to rattle them off the top of my head. So we have been done. Director Donaldson has done an excellent job in selecting off of with our current service provider, selecting off things that we can do right away. So, example, the backup, we fixed that. But how many more are there that we are not looking at? In the strategic plan, it listed where we need to really look at something. And it said in there specifically, we need an expert in the IT field to help us out. And it's actually stated in the business case. In addition, the township requires a higher level of internal expertise to address more technical issues. I think that this individual for $88,000 a year, which is only about $12,000 more than the administrative clerk that we just approved, will be able to help us out there. But for the strategic plan, knowing all disciplines, you're not going to get it for an $88,000. Don't think we'll get it for an $88,000 cost. So that's why I'm stressing the point that we need to engage, be it the current vendor or someone or Blackline, to do the implementation plan as documented in November 2021, and get that done sooner than later this year. So I would like to see it to start the first quarter. So how can we do that?
Director Donaldson?
So I agree, the recommendation or the resolution at the time of the adoption of the strategic report or strategic plan did call for an implementation plan. We have been dealing with things that are at the highest priority to try to get that done, but certainly if it's committee's direction, we can, I'm happy to bring back a report that details what resources would be required to do an implementation, full implementation plan. And that would have to be funded from the IT reserve perhaps, but we can certainly look at opportunities to be able to do that. The timing around first quarter may be challenging, so I would probably need to shuffle things around if that was to be the timing, because we're already at the end of February, but certainly something that we can address without delay.
Then follow up, Madam Chair.
Unmute. Where is Councillor Roberts talking?
Yes, I was. It's a supplemental just to finish up this point. I'm very supportive of what Director Donaldson just proposed. And I would like that to be a straw poll and that we do something sooner than later and doing the IT strategic plan. And that will really help us out for the 2024 budget as well. Input to that for any hardware or software or anything we need. So I'm asking that we do a straw poll on that.
So I think what I'm asking is, I want to bring us back to the specific role, Councillor Roberts, and saying, do we generally support this role? And then the second thing I would like to ask is if Director Donaldson has put this on his parking lot list to come back with this, the approach to ensure this. I think he's heard you loud and clear as to the importance of getting an implementation plan. I'm just not sure that we need to do a straw poll on that, but if it's on the parking lot to say this is going to be coming back, I think that would be the appropriate approach. So I'm just looking to you, Director Donaldson. Sorry, I'm looking at him in person. When you guys are back here, you'll be able to look at people in person as well. So I'll allow him to comment on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I think I would just reiterate what I said previously. I think that I would just need to look at workload and priorities, and certainly, but I can come back with a future report in terms of a plan to develop the plan, so to speak, and we can look at it from there.
Oops. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Edwards and then Councillor Zavitz.
Yes, thank you very much. I sort of agree with Councillor Roberts that $88,000 may not be enough. And that when we look at a manager for Parks and Recs at 139, and that we're putting our whole IT on the line for cyber and that attacks and everything else like that. So I think if we pass this at this time, we should maybe look at it. And if we don't get the parks manager till the fall, we could use some of that salary that's not being used. But I would really think we should look at that salary. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, pre this vote, where I'm certainly in support of this as well, I would ask, and maybe I missed this just for clarification, these four positions that we've, the three at least, and hopefully the four that we will hopefully put through today on this budget, maybe to Director Donaldson, these would be prorated. Am I correct? I wouldn't want to burden the whole year with the notion that these people aren't even going to be, on site until, June, July, August. And I'm wondering how, if that's the case, how does that look?
Thank you. And I think I wanted to follow up. I just wanted to get general consensus on support for this particular role. But I think you're on to an idea there, Councillor Zavitz, and I think that's part of the reason Councillor Roberts and I've been asking the questions as well. Just if it's not a full year, what can that look like, and how can that perhaps offset other parts of this budget for us? And so maybe that could be the closing portion of this conversation. Councillor Roberts, do you have something new to add?
Sure, I sure do. Thank you. No, the $88,000. I reached out to people that are actually the companies that are delivering this, and they say that's a fair wage for the operation piece. It's a strategic plan, and I believe that this person that we would hire, if they had the implementation plan, that they could manage that. I'm talking about, and Director Donaldson's already said he's going to try to work that in so we get that plan. So the $88,000 is in line with the industry on the operation pieces.
Okay, thank you. That's a good clarification. Committee, any other comments at this point? I'm going to ask them for a straw poll on this particular role, which is the Information Technology Coordinator. It's a general support, show of hands for those who would support adding this into our operating plan.
I'd say unanimous.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Donaldson. Thank you. Thank you, committee. Now we do have three other parts to our enhancements from organizations in the public. They are not on our supplementary agenda, though. They are back on the regular agenda, correct? I'm just looking to the clerk for clarification. We go back to our regular agenda, and under the regular agenda, which is not
commencing on the third attachment on page 12 is the Muskoka Lakes Museum letter.
Okay, I apologize. This is
So 12 of 17.
Page is 12 of 17.
Yeah, so it's in the third report.
In the third report, the schedule two of the business cases.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then page 12 commences with the Muskoka Lakes Museum.
Okay, thank you. So page 12 is the beginning of the commencement of the Muskoka Lakes Museum request. We've all had an opportunity to read.
Councillor Burry did to declare.
Thank you very much for that reminder. I'm still trying to get to page 12. Councillor Burry has declared a pecuniary interest, so he will be removing himself from this discussion. We still have a quorum.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So committee, I know we've all received this information. We've all had an opportunity to read through. We've all had an opportunity to understand their request. So I would like to ask at this point if there are any questions or clarification. Who am I directing these to then? Or comments, I guess. Any comments?
Well, they've made their presentations.
That's correct. Okay, sorry. The clerk is just reminding me that the members of the museum made a presentation to council earlier. They have subsequently followed up with their ask through writing to committee. So at this point, what we are doing is going to comment or discuss the request so we can provide some direction. So the request was asking for a municipal grant request to the tune of $40,000. So at this point, does committee have any questions or comments? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess when I look at this document, and the one I'm holding September 21st, I was privy to the presentation as well. I see the request for 40,000 of our dollars. I don't see any sort of a balance sheet. I mean, we don't have controls as a township. We're simply being asked to be a donator, if you will. I'm just wondering why we aren't privy to, it's kind of obtuse to be asked for $40,000 and not have any real rationale around it other than, we do good work. I'm not suggesting they don't, and it's a wonderful, isn't it all wonderful, but it would help me to understand the nature of their business, and this is a business presentation, as to $40,000 because things are going up. I will not be able to support this. In fact, I'd almost suggest we wind it down to 30. So that's kind of where my brain is.
Okay, thank you.
I guess that's a question.
Well, no, at this point, it's questions and comments. I am going to blur the lines here because I think we need to have a discussion around. I mean, I can't respond to any of the questions personally. So are there any other comments from members of the committee? So just for clarification, I'm just going back to our report. I just, perhaps I can ask Director Donaldson this question. Last year, our operating grant to the Muskoka Lakes Museum was at 35,000. And their ask this year is 40,000. So they have asked for an incremental $5,000.
35 is in the base budget.
But the 35 is already in the base budget. So their ask actually is an extra $5,000 above and beyond the 35 that is in the current budget. I probably should have asked Director Donaldson to explain that up front. That could have been helpful, sorry. Councillor Edwards.
Seeing it's only an extra $5,000, the museum does good work. They are a part of the community. They do bring visitors in. I would support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. So what I would like to do is take us, there are 6 of us here. I can see Councillor Roberts is counting. There are 6 of us here to vote right now. So what I'm asking at this point then, are we generally supportive of a $5,000 incremental investment to the Muskoka Lakes Museum grant? All those in favor of that? Okay, thank you. Excellent. Now I'm going to, because I found myself caught that last time, I am going to ask Director Donaldson to walk us through the next one, which is the Chamber of Commerce.
Page 14.
On page 14. Thank you.
Thank you. So the Chamber of Commerce proposal is before you. They too have met with committee. Within the budget is a base budget of $40,000, which is consistent with what was funded in 2022. And they have requested an increase to $62,000 for the current year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Well, thank you, and through you. So I, near and dear to my heart, I know we have an MOU with the Muskoka Lakes Chamber of Commerce. I believe it goes for, I think, at least another year, I think 2024. It would be my recommendation to, at minimum, offer them $50,000 instead of the previous 40,000. Am I right that the 40,000 is a placeholder in our budget right now? So it would be my reco that we enhance the offering from the township to 50,000 from 40. So a $10,000 increase, not the 12,000 extra that would get them to the $62,000 ask. So my recommendation, seeking support here, would be for 50,000. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so the current budget is $40,000. Within the letter, there is this acknowledgement of an ask to acknowledge the rate of inflation. which is 7% above that. And then a further, I guess, I'm trying to quickly do the math in my head, $20,000 beyond that, beyond the rate of inflation. And Councillor Zavitz has suggested that perhaps we could, perhaps in the same vein as the museum, increase the funding to the Chamber of Commerce to a further amount, but maybe not the entire ask. So I'm trying to get a sense from committee, knowing that this will then go out to the public. We will have an opportunity, and I suspect that the chamber will come back at the public meeting and also present at that point in time. So I just want to try and get a general sense from committee where we want to go on this particular item. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. This will go up to the public. They can come back and ask. I would support the 50, but I'd also support the 62,000 at that. They do a lot of good work for the community. Thank you.
Okay. So committee, I'm sensing that right now that maybe I will just ask the question. Is this committee supportive of increasing funding right now of the to the chamber to a tune of $50,000? And we could put this out to the public, which also gives the chamber the opportunity and perhaps explain their rationale as to why they ask for 62,000 at that point. And then we can ask further questions at that point. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Zavitz, do you have another question?
Well, just further to your point, I'm intrigued by Councillor Edwards. I mean, I guess be careful what you ask for. I almost, if there's an appetite here for $62,000, then I could certainly support that with my peers. I was in fear because I haven't heard from anyone else at all as to what would happen, with the budget at all. So I don't know, so we're kind of blindly leading ourselves here. If 62 was the number, I'd be supportive of that, but saving that, I would certainly suggest that we should look at some sort of an enhancement because they are doing good work and we really don't have a marketing company working with our township like they do. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see Mayor Kelley and Councillor Burry.
Thank you. Through you. I don't know what I'd support. I mean, they do good work, but the letter from September 29, which I think is the only reference point I have, doesn't actually break down the levels and the types of service they're proposing, unless I'm missing something. Compares their funding in real dollars with Gravenhurst, Huntsville, and Bracebridge. So, I mean, I'm certainly comfortable carrying forward from last year on the assumption that they'll carry plus some amount for inflation, assuming that they're going to carry forward in the same program. But I would also welcome them to the public meeting whenever we decide it's appropriate to hold a public meeting and bake a cake that tells us they need, the substance behind a need for something more.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burry?
So just to throw my hat in, agreed, the chamber does great work. 40 to 62 seems to a bit steep if there's not going to be some kind of a service level agreement with enhancements to it. I thought Councillor Zavitz compromise of 50 was good and would support the mayor's suggestion that if they want to take it above the 50, come back and tell us what the enhancements are that are going to do it. I mean, there is inflation. Going 40 to 50 is probably pretty reasonable. So if they think they need the extra 12, let them come back and show us show us our return on our investment.
Okay, thank you. I actually, just because I do think it's important we're talking real numbers here versus just picking something out of the air. So perhaps the direction is if it's 40,000, which is where we're at. It says based on 2022 deliverables, I'm reading from their letter, at plus a 7% inflation rate. Could Director Donaldson help me with what that math and what that looks like? What is that number? What, sorry, what is, if you were to add a 7% inflation rate to 40, 42.8? Okay.
4,300.
Okay.
So
So
going
40,
to 50, going to 50 is a good
I was
jump.
going to say, Councillor Burry, I want to be on your payroll. So that's 25% increase. If we're, and it's not that I'm not supportive, but I just think it's important that if we're asking for a business case, let's ask for the business case based upon real information. But I do think it's important that we are acknowledging that inflation is a reality, right? And I think that's what the chamber is kind of noted even in their comments. So I would support the base plus an inflation, an acknowledgement of inflation, and then suggest that just that there is an opportunity for the chamber to come back with a business case that explains the service changes or modifications to justify the cost. I would support that concept. So I see now, Councillor. What happened there is the chair, I just happened to put something in there as to my opinion, and now I don't know if I've actually entered the debate.
We're not in rules.
Oh, I'm not in rules. I should have known that all day long. I've been quiet. I've just been given permission to speak. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm supportive of your proposal for the inflation, and then we'll get the business case back to justify anything over and above that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards?
I was just looking at their letter here, and it was 62,000 for fee for service deliverables and a 7% inflation rate as of August the 22nd is what they were asking for. And I believe every year they ask for something, we always cut them back. It just seems like whatever they ask for, we knock a lot of money off it. And that's, so I would still support Councillor Zavich going to 50,000. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe what, I think if the chamber was here and we were talking to them directly, I think they need to know that they're very much a valued organization within our community. That's not it. They represent businesses, and I think that's just the simple ask is let's just make sure we're very clear, because it's a significant amount of money. And I would hate on the reverse to say we're only going to give you 50, and when in fact what they present back actually makes complete and logical sense that it should be 62. So in fairness to the chamber, I would like to give them the opportunity to come back and show us, and I think they would be very interested to come back and do that at the appropriate time. So that's, I think personally, let's give them the opportunity to share with us their business plan. That's the business they're in. So Councillor Zavitz?
Well, okay, so thank you, and through you, not to beat a dead horse, but these people have been in front of us. We've heard their story. We've sat here. I've listened to their story, and to ask them to come back again makes like no sense. Quite honestly, the idea that we would give them an inflationary bump up, which we didn't just do for the museum, kind of, I don't get it. I mean, we have an MOU with them. We haven't got that document isn't here. We haven't even got our own documents in front of us to contemplate the work that they do. We're sitting here, we're saying they do good work. They're more than partners. I mean, we do not have a marketing department in the Township of Muskoka Lakes, and never have as far as I've seen. And without them, we don't have very much in terms of tooting our horn. Tourism Muskoka, yeah, really. So, I don't understand why. I quite honestly, I think it's nickel and diming to give them an inflationary kick when we didn't even do it for the museum. I'd rather see us stay at 40,000, and you're going to make them come back and sing for their dinner. They're never going to get this $22,000. So that's why I thought it was kind of a compromise. I'll probably shut up now, or I'll salt everybody off of it. But I don't know what we can expect from these people. They've got a board. They've come to us. They came to us in person. We listened to them, and now we've looked at their documents again, and still we just want to. We don't want to acknowledge that they're a force for us to reckon with. We have an MOU with them. Let's remember that.
Mm-hmm. Just for my memory, and I'm not sure who to direct this question to. It might have to be our CAO or our clerk. As part of the MOA, the chamber comes and does a presentation at the end of the year of the results. Okay, is Director Pink on the call? Perhaps you can help me out here. Okay, I don't see Director Pink, so I am going to ask.
With all due respect, if I might, the CAO Hammond crafted the document with the Chamber of Commerce, so he would be able to speak to that, no question.
Okay, but I think that we're asking for Mr. Moore to speak to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Mazan. Good afternoon, committee. Sorry, could you just clarify the question looking to have answered?
Well, I think we're wanting to make sure that the chamber has been given the due course to come forward with this term of council to put forward their request. And I know that there is interest on that side. And I just wanted to back up and say, in the MOU, there's different touch points when they can come and present to us, but the content of those previous presentations wasn't necessarily a sales pitch to what would change in the MOU or the rationale for this increase. It was more on the services that they've provided. And I'm just looking for clarification, so I'm not confused by this.
Okay, perfect. I'll try my best. As Councillor Zavitz has highlighted, we do have an MOU with them that is a multi-year MOU. It goes until 2024. And within that MOU, they have four main areas of focus. The first and foremost is the Visitor Information Center that they operate in Bala for us year-round. The second is the business marketing that Councillor Zavitz had touched on. They're our marketing arm for our local businesses. They also provide business support services. I think we've seen recently they've started a lot of workshops and seminars that they tend to do during the winter season. And the last item is they provide local events in the community. We've seen Oktoberfest Muskoka that Ms. Fountain had touched on. In terms of touch points with council, as per the MOU, it requires an annual update at the end of the year to provide an update of the results from the previous year. And in that regard, I believe it was January, the museum and the chamber both came, made their presentation on those four areas and their accomplishments throughout the year. I think with the letter we received for the request for 2023, they've highlighted that obviously there's definitely some inflationary pressures that they've felt. I think that we're all well aware of, but additionally they've highlighted in that letter that to provide those same deliverables, those same services, they feel the funding would help them to do just that. And I think they've noted in there some comparables to surrounding communities as well. And I know Ms. Fountain touched on that in her presentation in January too. To your point, Chair Mazan, I know every year they typically do come to the public input meeting as well too, and are more than willing to help answer any questions at that time as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards?
Yes, thank you. Getting a little confused. We had talked about 50,000. We're up and down at that. What are we going to go to 50,000 and then let them come back and ask for the rest? I would just like to know so I can vote the proper way. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. I think I'm getting myself confused too, because there's two different approaches that we can take. If we all know that the chamber will be coming to the public meeting to present, there's three different approaches. One, we could approve today the same, which is 40,000. Another option would be we could do the same plus inflation, which I'm told is 42,800. Or the third option, which has been floated, is why don't we just bump it up to 50,000, acknowledging their efforts and their work because they are a valued partner of the town, the township, and then allow them to come back and explain further the rationale for the bump up to the 62 at the public meetings. So there are three different options. And I'm trying to get a general sense from the group as to which approach we would like to take. So is there anybody in support of just keeping them status quo at 40,000? Show of hands. No, okay. Is there anybody generally supportive of doing the 40,000 plus inflation, which would take it to $42,800, and then allow the chamber to come back and present their case at the public meeting? Show of hands. Okay. Is there the third option, as I'm seeing it, is that we would give $50,000 at this point to the chamber, knowing that they also have the opportunity to come back to the public meeting and explain any further rationale. Is that the option that people are generally supporting? Let me see. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
6. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So we've made a decision on that one. That's great. There was one last letter that came in, and it was a new one, a new organization, ACO Muskoka. And Director Pink, I'm not sure if you are still on the call. I'm not sure Director Pink is on the call.
He is.
Okay.
Wait, I think so. Yes, he's still.
Madam Chair, I'm going to need to recuse myself from this. My wife is an executive on ACO Muskoka.
Well, I think that's a good idea then, Councillor Burry. Thank you. In an interesting way, Director Pink isn't here, but it's, I think I will allow the CAO just to comment because this is a newer application. Oh,
I'm here, Chair, but I can't turn on my video if that's okay.
oh, that's fine. I'm just glad you can talk to this. I was worried that at the end of the day, you were leaving this to my devices. So if you could kindly walk us through, I don't know that there's a clear ask, but perhaps an approach that can be taken with the ACO letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, my understanding of the letter, it relates largely to Bill 23. And I think as we noted in our previous report, one of the changes through that legislation is that all properties on our heritage register will be removed from said register if we do not designate them within 2 years. So I believe the letter is requesting some funds to ensure that some level of protection, or at least thought to a level of protection, be included in the budget should council wish to pursue it.
So they're requesting funds to municipal planning staff and the Heritage Committee, not to them. That's how I read the letter. That's correct. So I'm not sure Burry has it.
Okay. So, committee. Any questions or comments? I think Councillor Roberts.
Would you remind me, please, Madam Chair, the amount that's being requested?
Thank you. I think I just need clarification on what is being requested here. That's a good question. Director Pink, could you kindly clarify the exact ask of us as it relates to this budget?
Thank you. Through you, I think what, and again, I can't speak to the authors of the letter, but I believe what they're suggesting is that, you know, should one of the properties on the register to be desired to designate the property so that the heritage protection remains in place, the municipality would need funds to do so. Typically, we've retained a consultant to do an investigation and research into the property and to draft heritage designation statements. And we also would need at least 2 advertisements in a local paper to go through that process. So it's, in the past, my experience has been, you know, funds of approximately anywhere from, you know, $3,000 to $5,000 per property would be sufficient to designate a property. To put it into perspective, I believe there's 77 properties on our heritage register that would lose protection. With that said, I believe the majority of those would be township owned properties. So a level of protection would remain in place. However, I'd have to go through that list and document the number of privately owned properties to get an idea if council was desirous of designating each of them. I think my suggestion would be this would be a task of a heritage committee, should one be formed, to review that list and make suggestions as to which properties warrant suggestion or designation and which perhaps do not. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, well, it is helpful, except I want to be specific into, do we have to contemplate anything at the budget period right now? To me, that's all a lot of forward decision making. And that's the question.
And unfortunately, I can't assist too much. You're right. It is a lot of forward decision making. I think it may be prudent to put aside some funds in the expectation that a heritage committee would suggest a few properties warrant protection. But we do have 2 years, so we can consider that further next year, although of course the timeline will be shrinking and it may be difficult should a large number of properties be warranted for protection.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. Just a question for Director Pink. How many heritage properties have we designated in the last 5 years?
Through the chair, I know of the former post office in Windermere. We designated, I believe that may be the only property in the last 5 years, but we have, I believe, 12 properties in the township as a whole, plus the heritage district in Bala that are designated.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
I believe the house beside the post office was also designated in that, Mr. Pink, and that because it was owned by the same family, and it just happened to be my wife's grandparents' place, so that's why I know it. And then secondly, is there any funds still left in the Heritage Committee funds from last year?
Okay, thank you. Director Donaldson.
Thank you. So last year we passed a bylaw to rework the reserve funds. So any funds that were available are still there. They're just housed in a different location, but certainly we could look at whether where that is and have that have those funds available. I believe it's in the community improvement, I think, is where we moved those dollars.
So committee, I think the question in front of us right now, without a very clear ask, it's a bit difficult for us to say, do we want to put money aside? Sounds like we do have some monies aside, but certainly the opportunity seems to be highlighted that with Bill 23, heritage is a priority and we need to somehow find ways to support it. But I'm not sure at this point in the budget if we have a very specific ask. So I just wanted to get a straw poll from everybody. Are we comfortable with, thank you for the letter, we acknowledge it, you know, the staff is aware, and as time goes that, you know, this council is will consider applications as they come forward. Is that a general, if we could just see a general thumbs up if that's the appropriate approach here? Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards, did you put your hand up?
Maybe what we could do is contact them and ask them to come forward if they want with the public, and that if they had an ask. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Director Pink, could I leave that with you? I'm going to assume by his not acknowledging, everybody else here has acknowledged that Director Pink has left the building and he's responsible. Okay. Oh, sorry, Director Donaldson would like to speak. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So just to clarify, the funds were not to be directed to them as an organization. They were asking the municipality to make funds available to be able to do that. So
correct. Yes. All right. Well, committee, we have done a remarkable job of getting through today's content. The Councillor Zavitz, I haven't forgotten. At the very beginning of today, you asked to talk about pickleball, but before we get into that, what I would like to do is allow Director Donaldson to summarize any amendments that we have made to the operating budget, that if we were able to endorse this in principle, would be something that would go then to our public meeting. Knowing again that whatever we hear at the public meeting, we will have another opportunity as this General and Finance Committee to discuss and debate before it goes to Council for approval. So I see Councillor Roberts, you have your hand up. I did want to allow Director Donaldson to speak. Do you have a question or comment?
I just have a comment to wrap up our discussions of the last hour or so.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask Director Donaldson to do right now. Did you have something that something to help with that, or?
Yes, I think I do.
Okay, well, I'll indulge you, but I did want, okay, I'll indulge
No,
you.
he's just, Director Donaldson has probably already thought of this, but I was keeping track. And for the three new roles, the IT coordinator, recreation manager, and the bylaw admin, we had a proposed 302,000 allocation to begin with if we started in January. And with the information given when we think that people would arrive here, May for IT, September for recreation, and June for bylaw, we're looking at a budget overstated currently in the document of around, I'll round it down, $160,000.
Okay, thank you. So I will allow Director Donaldson to include that in his summary. So thank you. Director Donaldson.
Great. Thank you very much, committee, for a very fruitful and robust discussion today. So when we started the day, we had a levy of 14. Sorry, just let me. I want to make sure I've got my numbers. It's been a long day as well. So going back to table 1 in the report. Yeah, so we were at $13,404,100. That was after we had reduced contributions to reserves by $301,000 and $300,000 by through revenues and expenses. What we have done is we have added back $54,000 from the staff savings that we had found by eliminating some of the fee increases that we had proposed. We also added 3 new positions that impact the tax levy. That, as Councillor just noted, is $301,600. If it's the wish of committee, what we've done in the past, as I noted, is we have added the full cost of those positions into the budget when the position was added. If we prorate them, as is being recommended, I want to make committee fully aware that then next year's budget will have a 1% increase in the levy right out of the top to be able to annualize these positions in next year. So that's just to be clear. But if we make that adjustment, my calculations based on 5/12 of the year being occupied position for recreation and 7/12 of the year being occupied for the IT position and the admin position for bylaw, and that's just based on a August 1st for recreation and June 1st for the other 2 positions. That would yield a net reduction that brings those 3 positions down to $152,500 roughly. So we would add $152,500 for those 3 positions on a prorated basis. And then we would also add the $5,000 for the museum. We would add $10,000 for the chamber. That brings our final levy to $13,517,600. That is an increase over 2022 of $487,900, or $488,000, I guess when we round it, $488,000. That is an increase in the levy of 3.7%. and that is a rate increase of 2.48%. That means that the increase on a $100,000 assessed or on an assessment of $100,000, that is a year-over-year increase of $3.10. And by extension, on a $500,000 property, that is an increase of $15.51.
Okay, committee. I think Director Donaldson has done a good job of summarizing the amendments that we would be making to the draft operating plan. And I just want to have consensus on that by the show of hands. A straw poll, is everybody in favor of that? What Director Donaldson just walked us through? Excellent, thank you. So I will have a resolution at the end that we will read, but I have 3 of them actually, apparently, at the end of today's session. But there are 2 other things I would like to bring up. The one is Director Donaldson has today been making a list of the other projects, and just as a summary, I'm going to ask that he just review. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. The projects that are outside, once again, of the scope of today's budget, but that were noted through our conversations and would be added to the list that you provided at the beginning of the day from the capital discussion. I'm sorry, thank you.
Sure. So there's a number of takeaways on this. So just to get us all kind of level set on that. And let's get back to my page here. My apologies. The one page I'm looking for is, of course, the page I can't find, right? Sorry, here it is. So when we started the meeting, there was a request for staff to report back on a reserve and reserve fund policy update to bring some structure around that. There was a request for some expanded detail, which I provided in the package. So I think we're good there. There was a request for a more robust research on long-term capital inflation assumptions and whether or not it was 6% or something different. There was a report for fire equipment, an inventory list and location. There was a request for a report on vehicle replacement for fire and the impact it would have on the members of the community. And today we talked some about issues around, there was definitely an IT implementation plan that was being requested for report back, a plan for a plan, as I called it. We also talked about perhaps doing a fee review at some point during the year, looking at fees and whether or not there were any opportunities there that would not be incorporated in the budget, but yet we could look for going forward. With respect to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, there was a couple of items noted. One was around an implementation plan, a marketing plan for our facilities, discussion around how we can improve our website. So I think there's some takeaways there that we needed to look at. In respect to fire service, there was a discussion around service level, and we do have the fire station feasibility study that will help to facilitate some of that conversation, but also around where there may be opportunities for fees and other charges that could be found through the fire service. And we talked a little bit, I think we covered this off in terms of the role of the admin position that was approved. So we've covered that one off. And I think that, and a reserve and investment policy, update on our investment policy with respect to our reserves and how we optimize and maximize our return on investment on those. So I think those are the major ones that I had captured in our takeaway list in terms of future reports for staff to come back to committee on.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question and comment that was, it was an idea, or we did all receive some letters from a particular group. Councillor Zavitz, you brought this up at the very beginning of today's conversation, and it related to pickleball. And while there was nothing today directly, there's no ask from the pickleball group necessarily. I just wanted to give you the chance first to say something and then open it up to floor as to what the possible next steps could be. So, Councillor Zavitz.
Good. Well, thank you very much. And I do certainly appreciate this opportunity. I hope I get it right. I'm nervous. Actually, so I have interfaced with Councillor Roberts, and he and I have had numerous discussions. Seems like our two wards are pickleball central. We have both had separate and joint dialogue with Director Becking. He's been great. I see his name here. Hopefully he's still with us on the call, because he's about to be vital here. There he is. And so I guess what I wanted to fashion to you folks, and that perhaps maybe aren't as close to it in terms of pickleball. I'm not a player myself, but certainly pickleball seems to be a fast growing recreational piece, something that will fit beautifully into our township. And certainly we have a quite active pickleball league format in the township, whether it's at Milford Bay, Walker's Point, Bala, different community centers, certainly our arena in Bala as well. So we have an opportunity, talk about low-hanging fruit. It's on the ground. It's not even needing to be cultivated. There are seemingly a few opportunities to simply enhance the service offering at absolute minimal effort. And that's why it's just not even really coming to you asking for funding as much as, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but it's that there's an opportunity here to make a whole lot of our, I think maybe a little bit more seasonal than not residents feel like, we're embracing the recreational nature of this place, get out and get involved. So there are a number of locations that could, with minimal effort, become additional pickleball courts. We do have pickleball very organized, as I said. I'm not going to bore you with the schedules, etc. But we are being asked, as we've known over the last couple of weeks by many people, to and I'm talking short term now. And the longer term is that recreational person we've blessed today, and with the Director Becking's help, of course, guidance in that role. In terms of pickleball offering, could we find a way to open up a few courts? For example, there's an arena, a hockey rink in Bala or Torrance behind the community center and fire hall that is like never used in the summer months. The boards are there. There's no one goes there. There's nothing to do there. That would be the easiest thing to do, to create 4 pickleball courts in no time at all, with simply applying some lines and popping up a few nets. So there's opportunities in Walker's Point with a tennis court that has sort of become fallow in terms of the pickleballers use it. So anyway, that discussion, not to ramble, but that discussion would be very helpful to the people that have been writing us these last days and who are watching now. I certainly, if I could, through you, Chair, invite Councillor Roberts. I mean, he's got his own situations over in Milford Bay, but they're asking, these people are just crying out for additional court time and usage, and that's kind of where we are.
Okay, thank you. And I think what I'll do actually is allow Director Becking to make a comment. Is there an opportunity somehow to have some short-term measures while we contemplate the more thoughtful long-term recreational approach?
And the short answer to both of your questions, Madam Chair, is yes. I will hasten to point out, however, it won't be without a cost. There are no funds for additional pickleball courts in the budget that you've worked so diligently at over the course of the last several days, but at a fairly modest cost, and I can certainly set my mind to what that might be. I can think of half a dozen locations where we might be able to expand, a court here, a court there, augment what already may exist in order to take the short-term pressure off. I guess my concern and to Councillor Zavitz's point, I think this deserves a longer term, more thoughtful consideration. And I would caution, just a small tone of caution that we don't want to get ourselves into a place where we're creating all kinds of infrastructure that down the road the township is not going to require. So I would certainly say that in the short term, yes, there are some quick and easy things that we can do, but let's have that thoughtful longer term conversation another day.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Roberts or anyone else want to make any kind of comments on this particular item? Councillor Burry?
Yeah, I think that we should maybe allocate at least something to Director Becking, so that we've got something there to do the quick and dirty, because there is low hanging fruit. I completely support Councillor Zavitz on this, but what we can do is do something on a short term and then put our heads towards the longer term plan for recreation as a whole, as opposed to single sports or single sport facilities. But I think it'd be nice if we could allocate something into the public works budget, so that we can drill some holes in concrete to put in new poles and get some new nets and paint some concrete and do things that aren't free.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards, and then I think Mayor Kelley has his hand up too. Or he's trying.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to ask, and that Director Becking, you said short-term fix. What would you could guess at? And that's the first thing. And secondly, I wanted to ask Councillor Roberts. I think he's still there. I believe they wanted to use one of the pickleball wanted to use one of the tennis courts in Milford Bay, and I believe that the tennis club had paid for those courts. Had they not? Would they actually agree to that, or what will we do? Thank you.
Director Becking? Okay, Director Becking, it appears to be frozen, but I can make a personal comment if while we wait for him to come back. There is, I think this is part of the ongoing long-term thoughtful approach to things, that there are different user groups that use these facilities. And I think, it needs to be done appropriately and thoughtfully. It's not always just a matter of taking over. And if I could use a different example, it's like building a baseball diamond that then gets used as a dog park. User groups are then put into conflict. So we just have to be really thoughtful about it. But before I have one last comment, but I am going to allow Mayor Kelley to make a comment or question.
Thank you. And through you, my only comment is that they certainly wrote lots of emails, but I'm wondering, is there sort of a person or a group that you go to figure out where and how many, or do we just put them out there and assume they'll find them?
So it's an excellent question. And I think I was coming to the conclusion about approach. I wonder if maybe the pickleball group, they are a very engaged group. They do have a lot of ideas. If they understand the pressures that we're feeling and the long-term planning that we're trying to embark on, perhaps they could come and delegate so that we're not just guessing at a number, with some practical short-term solutions that might suit their needs. And then that's something that we could actually be thinking about versus just letters that have been sent in asking for a need. So it's no different than any other public body, right? Like those are the decisions we get to ask or contemplate. So Councillor Zavitz, you're on mute.
You got to hit that hard. Thank you. Through you, we definitely know who these people are, and if you read some of the letters that have come through, my gosh, these people have been delegating in front of us for years. So I agree totally. Short. This is just, even use the word temporary. My point is, we've got a long road ahead of us, and we've just done I think some great work today. All I'm suggesting is that if we listen to the people for not a lot of money, and I know Director Becking was very receptive, and as was Councillor Roberts, that we could, show our interest in this. I'm not trying to ad hoc, let's get into the pickleball business and let's build a.
No, I don't think that's the interpretation here at all, Councillor Zavitz. I think maybe the appropriate thing we could do, because it wasn't on a discussion item today, I think what we're doing right now is acknowledging that there has been a lot of interest, and that maybe there could be a representative from this group that could come and actually delegate at the public meeting with some more, I would almost call it a bit of a plan. They're very organized. That would give us something that we're talking about. Just at this point, we don't really have anything in front of us. We're just talking about an idea, right? So I just would like to have a path forward. And
I can make that happen. I'll make that happen.
Great. Yeah, that's great. Perfect. And now I'm getting us to 5 to 5. And I do have 3 resolutions. I do know, Councillor Roberts, you have your hand up. Did you want to speak about pickleball?
Very, very quickly. Yes. In the letters that we all received, there were some suggestions, and one of them was a dedicated court in some areas. That's part of the recreation master plan to decide that. And I don't want to have people think that we're going to dedicate this year courts just for pickleball. Thank you.
And I think that's an important piece for that group. Like if that group is listening and they're involved and they are interested in trying to find some short-term solutions. I do want to note that we spent quite a bit of time, I did personally last summer, 2.5 days of my life, and I actually did play pickleball with them to fashion out a solution to take 1 court into 2, right? There are ideas that don't cost a lot of money, but the thing is we don't have somebody internally to help facilitate that. So the group, they're showing an interest. They know that there's some conflict, there might be opportunities, and maybe they can come forward with some ideas as to how we can help them for this upcoming season, knowing that we have a longer term strategy in play. So I think that's the appropriate next step. I do note that before I read these resolutions, Mayor Kelley, do you have your hand up? You'd like to make a couple comments?
I would, thank you. And through you, just really quickly to summarize and pick up, I think, on what Councillor Zavitz said. We did do some really good work here, but really I want to commend all of our staff, department heads, all the departments right through the entire organization. It might have felt a little unconventional to be sent back and find money, but you responded extraordinarily well. We had a great debate today. I'm very comfortable that we've come to a happy conclusion. The process, I'm convinced, will be a little more smooth and conventional next time around. But I can tell you that the staff from CAO Hammond all the way through the organization has responded extremely well. I feel really good about how we are proposing to take care of our constituents' hard-earned tax dollars for the next 12 months. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I probably could have said that too. Thank you, Mayor Kelley. It's been a long day sitting in this chair. Okay, I do have 3 resolutions in front of me. The reason I have 3, folks, is because 2 members had to recuse themselves from specific items. So I will read them in order as I've been presented by our acting clerk. So moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that the Township of Muskoka Lakes 2023 draft operating budget and forecast, with the exception of matters relating to the Muskoka Lakes Public Library and the Muskoka Lakes Museum, attached to the staff report FIN-2023-004, as amended, be endorsed in principle, and that public comments be solicited at a special council meeting on February 28th, 2023, on the 2023 draft operating and capital budget and forecast endorsed in principle by the General Finance Committee on February 1st and 24th, 2023. All those in favor?
Unanimous.
Okay, thank you. I note there's a hand up. Councillor Zavitz?
Well, thank you. And through you, My only concern about the 28th is it's 4 days from now and 2 of those are weekend. Are we not walking down that same road we've been in a number of times where when we get to that meeting at 7 o'clock on the 28th, people say, hey, thanks for the notice. So I mean, I just asked that question because we've been tarred with that brush a number of times, and this is like 2 business days.
Okay, allow me to read these other 2 resolutions and then we can come back to the schedule. Okay, yeah, just so I can get through these. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that the matters pertaining to the Muskoka Lakes.
You might want to recommend that the mayor turn on this camera.
I apologize. The mayor, could you kindly turn off your camera? And I will start that again. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that the matters pertaining to the Muskoka Lakes Public Library contained in the Township of Muskoka Lakes 2023 draft operating budget and forecast attached to the staff report FIN-2023-004 as amended be endorsed in principle. All those in favor? Thank you. It's carried. Okay, now Councillor Burry. Thank you. Mayor, come back on, please. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that the matters pertaining to the Muskoka Lakes Museum contained in the Township of Muskoka Lakes 2023 draft operating budget and forecast attached to the staff report FIN-2023-004 as amended be endorsed in principle. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, the other one is adjourned.
Okay, so I do want to just allow for a short conversation on the schedule. And I think Councillor Zavitz has brought up the plan was to have a public meeting on February 28th in the evening at 7 p.m. I'm going to allow Director Donaldson to talk to what the next steps would be coming out of today, the rationale for the 28th, and also the engagement in behind the scenes that has happened with members of the public. So I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you. So we had originally targeted to have council adoption of the final budget by March, and that's still our intent. The next steps, as noted in my opening remarks, we've reached a consensus here in terms of a budget to take forward to the public. Once that meeting happens, then we will bring back to this committee the comments we heard from that discussion and look to committee for any further direction on a final budget to take forward to council, and then take that final package to council. So really, it's just around trying to hit that target. It is the self-imposed target. There's no legislative requirements that we have to pass a budget by mid-March or end of March. We can have a special meeting if that's the desire of council. I think it's really just trying to ensure that we are moving this forward and we can get to a council approved budget, so then we can start to implement some of the plans, particularly on the capital side, that have some lead time requirements attached to them. So that's really the rationale, and so that date was picked in terms of trying to fit into everyone's schedule with other meetings and other commitments, but certainly at the discretion of committee can be moved to a date that is more convenient. Thank you.
I'm also going to ask our acting clerk, just we have asked historically to have user groups contacted in the budget process. So I just wanted to ask if that has actually happened. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Mazan. I did send an email out last week. We reviewed the list of those who delegated the public meeting the last couple of years, and we did undertake to send out emails to those groups and individuals advising of the potential for a public meeting regarding this budget on the 28th. We advised them to review the agenda from today because we had met committee's request with respect to amendments. We didn't feel there would be a whole lot of changes from this meeting, and there haven't really been too many. So we will have some sort of document appended to the agenda on Monday that will indicate those changes. But the bulk of the draft budget is still very much intact, and there's been ample opportunity to study that. So I just wanted to let you know that the groups were advised of the potential for this meeting to be held on Tuesday night. And I have had no response to that email.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. My concern is that it's too tight. I appreciate that they were aware we were meeting today and they've seen draft documents. We ran on transparency. We ran on accessibility, public access, and frankly, we work for them, not the other way around. So I think to a certain degree, putting it away back 1 week, or maybe until Friday of, I know Friday won't work, but putting it back a week would be very helpful if we could. And if we can't get it in time for the next regularly scheduled meeting, I'd certainly support moving for a special, a special council meeting to approve it and still hit our March deadline. I know it's self-imposed. I'm glad it's self-imposed, but I know it's self-imposed. We can still get it done by March and move on to other things. But I really think, we're only going to get a summary of what happened today out on Monday, and that's 24 hours before we're going to ask people to show up and delegate. I think it's too hard to expect that anybody's going to be pleased with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
If we told all these groups that we're having a meeting on the 28th on the Tuesday, I think we should have it. And we can always have another meeting afterwards if there's anybody. But a lot of people are expecting that meeting. And I think we should go ahead with it if we've notified all of the groups and that, because all of a sudden you're canceling just last minute. Doesn't give them much notice. So it's just a thought. But I think that if we've advertised that there was a meeting, we should hold it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm not sure, maybe my question, I'm not sure if we've advertised it other than we've communicated via email to some certain groups. And so to me, that might be a distinction, that there could be other people that haven't been included, and perhaps there is an opportunity. So a question I have this is a procedural question. If there is a public meeting, if we had at the regular General and Finance Committee in March, which would be in the morning, and a review and a discussion, is there an opportunity to forego the 30 days? And I know we don't like to do this, but could it be approved at council in the afternoon? If there was...
Well, we're required to give public notice in the newspaper. That's part of our notice. Excuse me, sorry, I had something up. Sorry, I apologize. I had a different screen up. We're required to give public notice in the newspapers of when we intend to adopt the budget. And the newspapers now require approximately 10 days for us in advance to insert that notice into the paper. So I don't advocate or recommend dealing with stuff in a morning General Finance Committee meeting and then walking it on to a council meeting later, especially something as critical as a budget. I would feel much more comfortable in calling a special council meeting in order to ratify the budget later. That's my recommendation.
Well, thank you. Thank you. So just a general sense then, if staff were to come back with a different date other than February the 28th to allow for a public meeting between now and, I guess, General Finance, would it, the next topic, depending on what happens at the public meeting, would it be an item on the General Finance agenda, or would it be another separate special meeting for General Finance?
I'm sorry, you.
And I don't know who can answer that question for me.
it's committee's decision on when the meeting is going to be held is based on your availability. And I think if this was on a general or regular meeting agenda, you'd have nothing else on your agenda. So you might as well hold a special meeting.
Okay, so
Just the conversation, you know.
so we'd be having a special, I apologize, I didn't go through this scheduling, so if you could.
I think we'll do a doodle poll with council with regard to the dates.
Okay, so what is being recommended by our acting clerk is that we will do a doodle poll to secure a date for the general and finance meeting. And that in between, whenever that happens, there will be a public meeting that you will be.
Well, yeah, a doodle poll will have to be done with respect to the public meeting to ensure that those councillors who wish to be there will be. And then if we're going to have a special general finance committee meeting around this, and then we will also be doing the same.
Public meeting first.
Yes.
Then
Correct.
And both of those have to go through a doodle poll. This is what I'm asking.
Yeah, to ensure that we have enough councillors that can attend for quorum, because it is a special council meeting, the public meeting, so we do need quorum.
Okay, so let me just ask this question.
Yeah,
the details will be following. We will have to amend a resolution to remove the date of February 28th. If this committee is interested in pushing out the public meeting to a future date to allow for more time for the public to know and to participate. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Just for edification of everyone listening in, how many of the special interest groups did in fact get an invitation and acknowledgement? I mean, I guess it's relevant. I mean, I'm only cautionary tale. The 28th doesn't give anyone much time, and some it does because they've had a week and a half. And you know, it's been particularly quiet. I've noticed this budget around. I haven't been nailed by a whole lot of people myself. So I'm wondering if you could share with us, I mean, have all the groups been and all those individuals, if they all have, then you know what, maybe let her rip, do the 28th and see what happens and what comes out of the 28th. You know, then we can do a second meeting and whatever, you know, it's not strange that we'd have 6 meetings on a budget. So, you know, maybe the 28th is the way to go. If that many people are aware of it, you know, why not?
I'm asking our acting clerk, but I think what I did hear from her is that she sent it out to the stakeholder groups who have been actively involved over the past few years, and any members of the public. So those people have been contacted in advance. I think what's really at play, though, it's Friday, it's 5:15. At minimum, any kind of updated information and amendment will be going out on Monday. And as an organization or as a council, do we feel comfortable then sending out that on Tuesday at 7 p.m. we will be holding a public meeting? And despite the fact I do believe in the communication, and I'm giving our acting clerk a few minutes to find her email, that it was stated that there was a potential that date could be changed. So I don't know that it's as difficult as we think it is. So, you know, I think what I'm trying to getting a sense that there's a bit of a two different approaches here. My preference would be we'd have one public meeting that allows for everybody to have had a chance to look at this, absorb it, and provide their input. A second general and finance meeting, then for us to review any of those comments and changes that then could then go to either the council meeting in mid-March or to a special future council meeting. So that I think is my recommendation, but Mayor Kelley, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I just think that I'm still on the notice thing. The fact that we've noticed some but not all is too exclusionary. I mean, we can't be seen to prefer certain groups and invite them to something and not tell anyone else until 24 hours before the event. I just don't think doing it on Tuesday passes the smell test, quite frankly.
Okay, so I think with a show of hands, is there general support if we were to shift from February 28th to a future date that will be determined via doodle poll for our public meeting? Show of hands, all those in favor of that idea or approach? Okay, so that passes. So what, I do apologize, committee, but if you could give us 5 minutes, if you need to use the facilities, we just need to read an amended motion. Thank you.
Excuse me, was figuring on 3 o'clock. It's now after 5 o'clock. I have another commitment. I'm sorry, I have to leave. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you. So we still have quorum, correct? We do or don't?
Yeah.
We do?
We do.
Okay, we just need a few more minutes, folks, if you can hold on to this.
Chair Mazan,
Yes,
might I suggest that we look at just pushing it out a week? So from the 28th, just move it to Tuesday, the 7th. You know, gives people a weekend, it gives an extra day. Just if we're going to push it out, give them some time. There's no rush.
I agree. And I think that's been noted. And I think, you know, the intentions were not ill intention. I think the intention was let's try to get a budget done. But I think that the question has been asked and I think it's appropriate. So I think this committee has given staff direction, and now I'm just waiting for an amended motion so that we can close out of today.
Do we know if the printer's still on there? Oh, because Marilyn talked to that it might be working, but I didn't know.
Councillor
I
Zavitz?
haven't had a chance. Do you mind? Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you. And you know, what we're having this discussion here, it might be relevant to have it about today because, you know, people are making points. The people have been dropping like flies, and quite honestly, I don't think that we're getting the best of us when all of a sudden we're down to, what are we? 5, 6, there's 6 of us now. And, you know, maybe that speaks to the meetings. Maybe it speaks to the notion that this thing should have gone till noon and we should have had another one, because I can tell you it affected votes today. It affected a little bit of where we're going because we're missing some of our people that got elected to sit here. So it's one thing when it's only one person or 2 people, but
That's the adjourning one. She's just going to do it.
anyway, for what that's worth.
Just 2 names. Oh, God. Oh. Zavitz and Roberts are still around.
Thank you. So what am I, which one am I reading? Okay.
It's just spacing issue.
Okay, so I have 2 resolutions left.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
And I do want to thank, just before I read all of these, I do want to thank committee. You know, it's a day, but we've done longer. And I think we've done some good work today. So I do appreciate everybody's pre-work and commitment. There were some great questions today. And I think we're putting forward a very responsible and thoughtful approach to the public. So moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that resolution SPGFC-2-2402-23 be amended to remove the words February 28th, 2023. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried.
Oh, there she is.
Okay, thank you, Mary Ellen. Important right now. And this is our meeting to adjourn.
Yeah.
Coming out of this, we will be receiving an email from the clerk with some doodles. So moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that this meeting adjourn at 5:20 p.m. All those in favor? Thank you. Have a wonderful day and have a